Good morning. Welcome to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is July 1st, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam, Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongba, Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongba, San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Reverend Frank Alton, Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles from the 1st District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Todd L. Stern, former E5 Sergeant, United States Marine Corps from the 2nd District. If you are able, please stand.
I invite you to hold this space as we pray together. O immortal and invisible God, who generates on earth the kind of justice that rolls down like water. O incarnate God, who embodies that justice and calls us to be compassionate like God is compassionate. O Spirit of God, who is the glue that holds everything together in a cosmic dance that leaves nothing out. You made us siblings to care for each other. You created us in your image of love, justice, inclusion, and compassion, an image as diverse as we are, female and male, old and young, gay, straight, and non-binary, citizen and immigrant, ICE agent and supervisor, National Guard soldier and protester, violent and peaceful. We know there are angels watching over us, some for health and some for harm. Give us minds to discern between our better angels who call us to our best selves and those worse angels who call us to deny your image in ourselves and others. Grant us courage to live out your image in all we are and all we do. Embolden us to refuse any law that excludes entire categories of human beings. Clarify our vision to resist any policy that destroys any part of this creation. Protect adults and children in this city and beyond, whose lives and well-being are being threatened every day in this city. Soothe their fears and anxieties as they face impossible choices. Thank you for these supervisors whose decisions impact every speck of stardust in any form they take throughout the county of Los Angeles. Help them to vote for those policies that uphold the best of who we are. And we pray all this in the name of the one for whom everyone and everything is sacred. Amen.
Good morning. Please place your right hands over your heart, or if you're a veteran, feel free to render a salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I heard that. I think we're up first, right? Catherine, we're up first. Oh, yeah.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I especially want to thank Reverend Frank Alton for leading us in today's invocation. Reverend Frank Alton joins us today from the Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles, located in Echo Park in the 1st District. He is also a native of Los Angeles. He graduated from Pomona College and earned a Doctorate of Ministry degree from Fuller Seminary in Pasadena. Reverend Alton has spent more than 4 decades in ministry as a pastor, a teacher, a leader, and a powerful voice for equity and inclusion. Whether he's in the church or helping people on the streets, Reverend Alton brings both courage and grace to his work for building bridges between people, cultures, and faith. He has ministered in both English and Spanish, reflecting his deep connection to diverse communities, not just here in Los Angeles, but internationally as well, including Colombia and Costa Rica, where he lived and served for many years. His work has always extended beyond the walls of church. He's been an advocate for immigrants, a champion for social justice, and a pastoral presence for those often unheard and unseen. Over the years, he has provided support and resources to families who need assistance for food and shelter. He reminds us that faith is not just about belief, but about action, about standing in solidarity, walking with the marginalized, and calling upon all of us to help those people in need. Reverend Alton has received numerous awards for his work among the immigrant community and has served on a host of community boards and organizations, including, but not limited to, the Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, known as CLUE, Progressive Christians Uniting, the Los Angeles Leadership Academy, Bishop's Task Force on Housing, and the program group Interreligious Life. It is with great honor that I present this certificate on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors to you, Reverend Frank Alton. And this, I hope, embodies your compassion, the justice, and unwavering commitment you have to our community. Thank you, and God bless you. You're welcome. Thank you again, kind words, very appropriate.
Thank you, Reverend. Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Sergeant Todd Stern, who was a proud United States Marine Corps veteran who served honorably for 5 years. During his service, he was deployed to Afghanistan with the 2nd Intelligence Battalion in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. Sergeant Stern is a highly decorated veteran, in spite of his youthful appearance. His decorations include the Navy Unit Commendation Medal, the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Afghanistan Service Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, and both the Expert Rifle and Expert Pistol badges. Sergeant Stern is a graduate of Cal State University Northridge, and following his military career, he transitioned to the private sector, where he now works as a certified public accountant for Woolman Wealth Management. He lives in the city of Hawthorne with his wife, Jennifer, and their 2 teenage daughters. In his free time, he uses his fluency in Dari to help Afghan refugees assimilate into this country. He also enjoys fishing and spending time with his family. Colleagues, please join me as we thank Sergeant Stern for his service to our country, helping our fellow veterans, and for leading us in today's pledge. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Step over here, we'll give you this, signed by all 5 board members.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, I appreciate it.
All right, colleagues, I want you to meet Maverick. Maverick is a Siberian Husky and is 2 years old and has been living at our Agora shelter, I think the longest visitor that we've had at the shelter today. He loves walks, snuggles, and playing in the water. He sits and lays down, so he is trained to do that as well. He is currently available and is looking for a forever home, knowing that he is the longest resident at the Agora Care Center. Let's change that and get him into a loving home. To adopt Maverick, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. Really, really, really sweet dog. And I also want to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is Bell Bottom, a 1-year-old Jack Russell Terrier mix. Yeah, I like the name Bell Bottom. He is available for adoption. He will never go out of style, but is definitely a sweet girl, and will always be on trend. To adopt bell bottom, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, Maverick here from the Agora, and bell bottom is from Palmdale. As a reminder, with the 4th of July this week, be sure to keep your pets' safety top of mind. Loud booms and bright flashes are scary for our furry friends, causing them to run away if they are not securely inside. I know that all the animal care shelters tend to get a lot of strays who are frightened by the booms and flashes. And so are veterans. That's true. That's true. This Independence Day, help your pets stay calm by making sure they're far away from fireworks and keep them indoors if at all possible. So again, we've got Maverick here. What a great name, beautiful markings, and would be a great pet for someone. All right, thank you. Now we are going to have the executive officer call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter. On Set Matter 1, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued to August 5th, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 to 21. On item 2, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 9, Supervisor Mitchell would like to be recorded as a no vote. On item 11, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 18, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 21, Administrative Matters, items 22 to 45. On item 22, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to July 8th, 2025, as indicated on the post of the agenda. On page 36, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 43A, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On page 37, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, item 1D. On page 38, Notices of Closed Session, CS1 through CS4. For the request for continuances through CS4 are before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
All right, that is moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting will be in this order: closed session matters, followed by public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, then items 11, 18, and 43A, followed by general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain our speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To join remotely, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your item has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. If you muted your speaker, please remember to unmute when you are called. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. We will now proceed with public comment on closed session items.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on the closed session items CS1 through CS4. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all closed session items CS1 through CS4. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Renee McClellan, Quang Yuan, Myung Suk Chen, Cynthia Yvette, Carlos Lopez, Patricia Santana, Anna Lopez, Rafi Bezjian, Eleazar Hernandez, Rosa Anderson, Mary Grace Barrios, Pearl Gonzalez, Leilani Reed, Clara Kim, Maria Cibrian, Carmen Roberts. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. So the problem is this is a closed session. We have no idea what's really going on. And one of the firms that you've been conspiring with in the back room, Covington and Burling, or a very upscale law firm, Eric Holder, worked there, made $2,500 an hour, which is not a bad rate compared to the hard-working IHSS workers. But anyway, they do a great whitewash program. And now the city of LA across the street has put them up to $500,000 to help fight federal investigations. Here's my concern. What the hell is going on? Which federal investigations, and why
this is public comment on closed session items only. Can you please keep your comments to the closed session items?
Isn't that where you talk with Covington and Burling? Oh, come on, Barger. You can't interrupt a fellow when he's talking about the lawyers.
Well, that wasn't me, but I now will. That was not me, but I now will. Please stick to what's on closed session.
Well, closed session is top secret, but I'm happy to talk about labor relations, which is we wrote
Next
about
speaker,
last
please.
week in a deeply moving piece. What's that?
Thank you, Mr. Previn.
No, hang on. That's not going to cut
Next
it to
speaker,
just interrupt
please.
the fellow in the middle of his remarks.
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, first of all, I want to let you know that I do appreciate the conundrum that you all are in, especially with the financial conditions of the state of California and the county of Los Angeles. And as to items CS3 and CS4 on labor negotiations, and it does pain me because it's difficult for anybody and everybody to make ends meet, considering that I will not elaborate on that. But as I have stated previously, unfortunately, if you were to do the right thing, you would simply say, folks, there ain't no money in the till. You know, there is dust collecting in the vault. and that's where you should be going with the labor negotiations. I know that's not going to fly, but that's the reality, and I wish to bring to you and all the listeners at this time. And thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, we will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning. My name is Mary Grace Barrios. Thank you, Chair Catherine Barger, my former supervisor, Holly Mitchell, my former Congresswoman, Hilda Solis, my good friend Janice Han, and of course, my supervisor, Lindsay Horvath. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in your district, Lindsay. Let me start off by thanking Supervisor Holly Mitchell for her words of encouragement last week. Now is the time to put some action behind those words. Last week, the county, you all, responded to our repeated demands for a livable wage with offering us $0. See my wallet? It's $0. After months of showing up,
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
If you have something
Next
in writing
speaker.
that you want to submit for the record, we will take it, okay? Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es María Cibrián y soy una proveedora de cuidado en el hogar de SIU 2015. Vivo en el Distrito 3 de la supervisora Lindsay Horvath. Como personas cuidadoras vivimos.
Hello, my name is Maria Cibrián. I am a SEIOU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Lindsay Horvath's district.
Como personas cuidadoras vivimos con la incertidumbre todos los días, pero es diferente cuando proviene de quienes están en el poder.
So as caregivers, we live with uncertainty every day, but it's different when it comes from those in power.
La semana pasada, en la negociación, cuando el condado contrarrestó nuestra propuesta salarial con un aumento salarial de 0, mi corazón se arrugó. Estaba triste y enojada al mismo tiempo.
So last week, in bargaining, when the county countered our wage proposal with a 0 wage increase, my heart sank. I was sad and angry at the same time.
Se espera que lo demos todo mientras vivimos con salarios de pobreza, y es agotador. Como personas trabajadoras esenciales, luchamos por acceder a las necesidades básicas.
We're expected to give our all while living on poverty wages, and it's exhausting. As essential workers, we struggle to gain access to the most basic of needs.
El 0 no nos ayuda a pagar el alquiler ni comprar la comida.
0 does not help pay us our rent or buy food.
Somos la fuerza de trabajo más grande con salarios más bajos del condado de Los Ángeles. Ustedes tienen el poder de cambiar eso. Muéstrenos el respeto que merecemos en lugar de insultos que nos han dado.
Next speaker, please.
We are LA's County largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Show us the respect we deserve rather than the insults we've been given. It's time to prioritize IHSS workers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next
Hi,
speaker.
my name is Rafi Bezjan, and I'm an SIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Catherine Barger's district. We are tired of begging just to be recognized and for our work to be honored. Last week, the county gave us a wage of proposal of $0. We know what we are worth, but you're acting like we're worth nothing. At SIU 2015, we fight for economic justice for all. That is all we are asking for here, economic justice in the form of an equitable contract. We are worth more than nothing. Just ask those we care for. And if you're still not sure, then walk a day in our shoes. Then you'll understand how important it is to prioritize IHSS workers and our contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rosa Andreessen, and I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in the Supervisor Janice Hans district. The care industry is in crisis. Los Angeles sits at the center of the crisis. Unfortunately, the urgency behind our crisis seems to have been disregarded by the county and the CEO's office. We have been coming here for months at this point, and the county is offering us zero as a counter proposal to our wages request. It's so insulting and disappointing that despite the essential service we provide for the county, we are told we are worth zero. Supervisor Hahn, zero doesn't cover rent, zero doesn't cover groceries, zero doesn't cover medications, zero does not cover the work or reflect the work we do. As a SEIU, we uphold the value of compassion. Where's the compassion for us in this matter? Where's the compassion for the folks we care for? We are the LA largest low-wage workforce, and we have the power.
Please.
You can submit that for the record if you'd like. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Carmen Roberts, and I'm not here today as a caregiver, but as a reminder of what this county continues to ignore. The county's counter wage proposal last week of $0 is just not insulting. It's a statement that the work we do, the care we give, and the people we care for don't matter. Let's be clear, this isn't about affordability. For every $1 in caregiver wages, the county only pays 18 cents. 18 cents. The rest is covered by the state and federal government. Yet, every dollar benefits the county. So when you offer us nothing, you're not saving the county's money. You're just making a choice to turn your back on caregivers, a choice to turn your back on seniors, people with disabilities, and the most vulnerable in our counties. So I'm calling on you to lead with your values by taking our work seriously and prioritizing our contract. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ana Lopez, and I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. I had like to start by thanking Supervisor Mitchell for acknowledging in recent budget hearing all of the hard work that we as caregivers do on a daily basis. Now, we need that acknowledgement to be matched by actions from all of you. Last week's wage proposal of $0 was not only insulting, but disappointing. Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, and Supervisor Harvard, do you see us? I will ask that again. Do you see us? It's not feeling like you do, because to me, zero equals nothing. That's how your wage proposal made us feel.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Cynthia Vett. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Janice Hans district. The care industry is in crisis, and Los Angeles sits in the center of that crisis. Unfortunately, the urgency behind our crisis seems to have been disregarded by the county and CEO office. We have been coming here for months at this point, and the county is offering us zero as a counter proposal to our wage request. It's so insulting and disappointing that despite the essential service we provide for the county, we are told we are worth zero. Supervisor Hahn, zero doesn't cover rent, zero doesn't put groceries on the table, zero doesn't pay for medication, zero doesn't reflect who we are and the work we do. At SEIU 2015, we hope the value of compassion. Where is the compassion for us in this matter? Where is the compassion for the folks we care for? We are LA County's largest low-wage workplace.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Gonzalez, and I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in the Supervisor Janice Hans district. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for speaking truth to power last week. It meant a lot to hear one of the county's leaders acknowledge the importance of our work as IHSS providers. You made it clear that our work is essential, and we appreciate your support. But here's the reality. While LA County publicly honors excellence, when it comes to other bargaining units, caregivers like us are ignored. We have been working without a contract since the beginning of the year. We are holding down this care system alone. We don't cut corners. We provide essential care to our clients because our clients deserve excellence at all times. I am calling on you today to show your excellence by prioritizing our contract and correcting the wrong that was made when the county.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Patricia Santana y soy un proveedor de cuidado en el hogar de SEIU Local 2015 y soy del distrito de Hilda Solís.
Hello, my name is Patricia Santana. I am a SEIU 2015 home care provider and I live in the Supervisor Hilda Solis's district.
Puedo pedir que se pongan de pie todos mis compañeros del 2015 para dar honor al trabajo de la Junta de Supervisores y a nuestro trabajo.
Can I ask all my fellow CIU members to get up and support me?
El cuidado a largo plazo es compasión llevada a la acción.
So caregiving is compassion in action.
Lo que es tan frustrante es no sentir la misma compasión de este condado.
What's so frustrating is that we don't feel the same compassion from this county.
Veo la cara de nuestros supervisores y los veo con tristeza. Y saben, esa tristeza nosotros la sentimos en nuestro corazón.
I see the faces of my supervisors, and that gives me sadness because it's not what I'm seeing.
La semana pasada recibimos 0 de oferta del condado de Los Ángeles, no dinero para los trabajadores de cuidado en casa.
So last week we received 0, nothing for the caregivers, nothing.
Hemos oído lo maravilloso que les parece nuestro trabajo, pero no lo vemos cuantificado en el salario, mucho menos en el contrato.
So we've heard how wonderful you think our work is, but we don't see it in our salary, reflected in our salary.
Necesitamos que la Junta de Supervisores, por favor, ponga la mano en su corazón y sepan que es tan peligroso no tener un contrato para los trabajadores de cuidado a largo plazo.
I'd like you to place your hand over your heart and realize that not having a contract is not good for us.
El día de hoy les damos las gracias y esperamos su gran trabajo. ¿De verdad creemos en ustedes? Gracias.
Thank you.
So we appreciate
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Expect good work.
Good morning. My name is Leilani Reed. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. I'd like to start by thanking Supervisor Mitchell for acknowledging in the recent budget hearing all of the hard work that we as caregivers do on a daily basis. Now we need that acknowledgement to be matched by action from all of you. Last week's wage proposal of $0 was not only an insult, but disappointing. Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Horvat, do you see us? I would say that again, do you see us? It doesn't feel like you do because to me, 0 equals nothing. That's how your wage proposal made us feel like nothing. So if you do see us, and if you do value the work that we do, then prioritize our contract and lift us up. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Buenos días, Bella. Mi nombre es Carlos Javier López. Soy proveedor de cuidados en el hogar del SEIU Local 2015 y vivo en el distrito de la supervisora señorita Janice Hen.
Hello, my name is Carlos Lopez, and I am a member of I'm a provider with the home care and a member of SEIU 2015, and I live in the Mrs. Janice Hans district.
Quiero agradecerle a la supervisora Michelle por decir la verdad al poder la semana pasada. Valoramos mucho escuchar a uno de los líderes del condado reconocer la importancia de nuestro trabajo. Como proveedores del IHSS.
So I'd like to give thanks to Supervisor Mitchell for saying the truth and the power in this last week. We value very much that you listen to us, leaders, and the county leaders, and we recognize the importance of the work that we do as providers and IHSS.
Les han dejado claro que nuestro trabajo es esencial y agradecemos su apoyo.
You've left it really clear that our work is essential and we appreciate your support.
Pero esta es nuestra realidad. Mientras que el condado de Los Ángeles honra públicamente la excelencia cuando se trata de otras unidades de negociación, las personas cuidadoras como nosotros estamos siendo ignorados.
So this is our harsh reality. While the County of LA honors publicly the excellence of others in other units of negotiation, the people that take care of, that we take care of and that we're taking care of are being ignored.
Hemos estado trabajando sin contrato desde el principio del año. Nosotros hemos estado solos sosteniendo este sistema de cuidados.
So we've been working without a contract since the beginning of the year. So we've been working without this from the beginning of the year, and we are in a system of taking care of people.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee McClellan, and I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in the Supervisor Janice Hans district. I'm going to take my mask off so you can see me and see my people. The care industry is in crisis, and Los Angeles sits on the center of that crisis. Unfortunately, the urgency behind this crisis seems to have been disregarded by the county and the CEO's offices. We have been coming here for months at this point, and the county is offering us $0 as a counter-proposal to our wage request. It is so insulting and so disappointing that despite the essential service we provide for this county, we are told that we are worth nothing, $0. Supervisor Janice Hahn, $0 doesn't cover my mortgage, our rent. It doesn't put groceries on our table. $0 doesn't pay for medication. $0 doesn't reflect who we are and the work that we do. As SEIU 2015, we uphold the values of compassion. Where's the compassion for us in this matter?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Eliezer Hernandez. I am an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Catherine Barger's district. Supervisor Mitchell gave an excellent speech last week. She spoke truth to power around how important care work is in LA County. Sadly, Friday's counterproposal by the county of a $0 wage increase for us did not reflect those words being turned into action. Being constantly disregarded by the county is frustrating us to no end, and offering us $0 is disgraceful. At SEIU 2015, we uphold the value of leadership. That's what we need to see now. Leadership from everyone in power who can help us get a new contract with wages that simply help us get by a little easier. We are LA County's largest low-wage workforce. You have the power to change that. Do the right thing. Prioritize IHSS workers with a contract that lifts us up, not offers that try to beat us down.
Next speaker, please.
네. 안녕하세요. 제 이름은 명숙천입니다. SIU 2015 소속 재택 간병 제공자며 홀리 미첼 슈퍼바이저 지역구에 살고 있습니다.
Hi, my name is Myung-Suk Chan. I am an SEI 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Harley Mitchell's district.
최근 예산 청문회에서 우리 간병인 제공자들이 해내는 모든 노력과 수고를 인정해 주신 홀리 미첼 슈퍼바이저께 감사 말씀드리겠습니다.
I'd like to start by thanking Supervisor Mitchell for acknowledging in the recent budget hearing all of the hard work that we as caregivers do on a daily basis.
지난주 제안된 임금 인상 0달러는 모욕적인 것뿐이 아니라 실망스러웠습니다.
Last week's wage proposal of $0 was not only insulting but disappointing.
슈퍼바이저 솔리스, 슈퍼바이저 한, 슈퍼바이저 바거, 슈퍼바이저 호바스, 우리를 보고 계신가요? 다시 묻겠습니다.
Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Horvath, do you see us? I will ask that again. Do you see us?
제게 0달러는 곧 아무것도 아님을 의미합니다. 마치 우리가 아무것도 아닌 존재인 것처럼 보입니다.
It's not feeling like you do because to me, zero equals nothing. And that's how your wage proposal made us feel, like nothing.
정말 우리를 보고 계시고 우리가 하는 일을 가치 있게 여기신다면 계약을 우선순위로 두고 우리를 지지해 주시기 바랍니다.
So if you do see us and if you do value the work we do, then prioritize our contract and lift us up.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 클라라 킴입니다. 저는 SEIU 소속 재택 간병인이고 저는 BOS1, 슈퍼바이저는 힐다 솔리스입니다.
Hi, my name is Clara Kim. I am in SEIU 2015 Home Care Provider, and I live in Supervisor Hilda Solis District.
지난 금요일 카운티에서는 저희 재택 간병인들에게 임금 인상을 0달러를 제안했습니다. 수개월 동안 저희가 협상을 했는데 최저임금 수준으로 살고 있는 저희에게 카운티에서는 아무런 우리가 0달러 이상은 받을 수 없다고 얘기했습니다.
Last Friday, the county offered home care workers a $0 wage increase. After months of showing up and sharing how hard it is to survive on poverty wages, you are saying we deserve nothing.
우리는 LA에서 카운티에서 가장 취약한 주민들에게 간병을 제공하는 간병인들입니다. 그런 서비스를 제공하는 대가로 우리가 강력하고 공정한 계약을 요구하는 것이 절대로 지나친 것이 아닙니다.
We provide care to the most vulnerable residents in Los Angeles County. For the services, we believe that a strong, fair contract is not too much to ask for.
그래서 우리가 오늘 카운티와 CEO 사무실에 IHS 제공자들, 노동자들과 우리의 계약을 우선순위에 두도록 책임을 묻기 위해서 여기에 왔습니다.
That's why we are here today, to hold the county and the CEO's office accountable to prioritizing IHSS workers and our contract.
우리는 지금까지 반년 넘게 계약 없이 일을 해왔습니다.
We have been working without a contract for over half a year now.
이 상황은 바뀌어야 합니다. 우리는 이 계약이 필요하며 이 계약을 쟁취하기 위해서 싸움에서
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead and finish translation on that. Do you want to finish the translation on that?
That needs to change. We need a contract, and we are not backing down from fighting for it.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 광은안입니다. 저는 SEIU 21-5 소속 재택 간병 제공자이며 홀리미셸 슈퍼바이저 지역구에 살고 있습니다.
Hi, my name is Kwang-eun An. I am in SEIU 2015 Home Care Provider, and I live in Supervisor Holy Michel's District.
먼저 최근 예산 청문회에서 우리 간병 제공자들에게 매일 해내고 있는 모든 노력과 수고를 인정해 주신 홀리 미셸 슈퍼바이저님께 감사의 말씀을 올립니다.
I'd like to start by thanking Supervisor Michel for acknowledging in the recent budget hearing all of the hard work that we do as caregivers we do on a daily basis.
지난주에 제안된 임금 인상 0달러는 모욕적일 뿐만 아니라 매우 실망스럽습니다. 슈퍼바이저 솔리스, 슈퍼바이저 한, 슈퍼바이저 바거, 그리고 슈퍼바이저 호바스 우리를 보고 계신가요?
Last week's wage proposal of $0 was not only insulting but disappointing. Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Han, Supervisor Barger, and Supervisor Hovarth, do you see us?
다시 묻겠습니다. 정말 우리를 보고 계신가요?
I will ask again. Do you see us?
여러분이 우리를 보고 있다고 느껴지지 않습니다. 저는 0달러는 아무것도 아니라고 생각합니다.
It's not feeling like you do because to us, to me, $0 equals nothing.
진짜 우리가 아무것도 아닌 존재처럼 느껴지나요?
That's how your wage proposal made us feel. like nothing.
정말 우리를 보고 계신다면 우리가 하는 일을 가치 있게 여겨주시고 우리의 계약을 우선순위에 두고 우리를 지지해 주시기 바랍니다.
So if you do see us and if you do value the work we do, then prioritize our contract and lift us up.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items.
All right, thank you all for being here. We are now going to go into closed session. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Solis has video presentations recognizing Pride Month and LA County Parks summer team programming. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Item number CS2, public employment, interview and consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. Item number CS3, conference with labor negotiators, Vizia Davenport, designated staff, and unrepresented employee. And item number CS4, conference with labor negotiators, Vizia Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
As many of you know, we're celebrating Pride Month, a time not only to recognize the powerful contributions of the LGBTQ community, but also to affirm resilience, joy, and leadership that have always been central to our collective progress. So y'all are kind of like family, familia, right? For far too long, the stories of the LGBTQ+ individuals, our leaders, our innovators, and our change makers have been erased, sidelined, or completely overlooked. Pride Month is our opportunity to reclaim those narratives and to make those voices visible, heard, and undeniable. Let's continue to uplift and celebrate LGBTQ+ voices, not just this month, but always, and recognize the vital role that they play in shaping the future of Los Angeles County and our country.
I came one day and then I just loved it. And so I kept on coming when my friend came, and I liked it, so I came here almost every day.
I was during quarantine. I was so addicted to video games. Like back then, my parents used to be like, "Oh, why are you like playing video games like everyone else?" And I'm like, "No, I don't like them." But then when I became like into video games, I got addicted. My mom's like, "You know what? You have to do something." And then she found out about the program. Then she came walking to the park, and she's like, "You're gonna go check it out." And she like basically forced me to come. And now I enjoy it. Like now I don't want to leave.
My favorite part of our spot is the communication with the kids, with the teens, and having like somebody to actually talk to about like teenage stuff instead of having like little kids that don't understand.
If I wasn't coming to the program, I would probably be at home playing games and just being at home, not being as social as I am right now.
I enjoy the leaders because they're really fun and understanding, and they act like they're leaders. They're older, but they act like they're your friends, and they act like they're somebody to communicate with, and they actually are really fun to communicate with.
They've got so much experience. They got so much knowledge that like I could sit down and listen for hours upon hours and then just take it in. And you don't get that knowledge through money. You get that knowledge through connection. And that's what I value here is connection.
Coming here actually helps with me not staying in bed all the time and me going out and doing stuff.
Well, my friend actually brought me into this program at first. He was, I believe it was like sophomore year. And he was like, hey, I'm gonna go after school to this place. You know, there's a studio there, there's music, and you should go. Because I used to play guitar back then, I still do. But yeah, he brought me into here and he got me into the program pretty much.
I've been coming since I was younger, since I've lived here like my whole life. But I recently started working here, so I recently started like coming a lot more because they offer like some like youth worker. They offer youth worker programs, and I do that. And I work here at the art spot, and like I just interact with everyone, you know, like help around the community and stuff.
I started swimming classes here when I was, since I was about maybe 7 or something. I can show you how good of a swimmer I am right now. Can I show you?
My name is Ariana Garcia. I am 14 and I'm at Jesse Owens School. What I love best about this program is the teamwork, working together, and getting along.
Hi, my name is Matthew Barbosa. I'm 13 and I like swimming because it gets me active and I get to hang out with friends. Hi, my name is Diego. I'm 13. If I weren't in one club, I'll be watching TV.
My favorite part is honestly helping people. You know, we have events, we have nature walks, we have nature trails, we go on hikings and stuff like that. And just being able to give people knowledge of anything, just the plants, the hills, all this stuff. You know, there's always a lot, like I said, to learn with nature.
It's really just a place for us friends to come together and just hang out and enjoy our time.
All right, we are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action from closed session.
The following is a report of action taken on closed session on July 1st, 2025. Item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken. Item number CS2, public employment, interview and consideration of candidates for appointment to the position of Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. The board selected a final candidate for the position of Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing and instructed the CEO to negotiate and execute an at-will employment contract, which is approved as to form by the County Council. The vote of the board was unanimous, with all supervisors being present. Item number CS3, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, designated staff, and unrepresented employee. No reportable action was taken. And item number CS4, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
All right, we will now proceed with public comment on items that have not been held by the supervisors. Executive Officer, read the instructions.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on consent agenda items and all items not held for discussion by supervisors. These items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items with the exception of items 11, 18, and 43A. These items will be taken up later for discussion. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Noah Suarez-Sykes, Jessica Peral, and Claudia Jerez. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Lapita Martinez, your line is open. You may begin.
Next speaker, please.
Carlos Montez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm a member of Centro CSO. I'm here to speak in support of item number 18. First of all, I want to thank Supervisors Hahn and Solis for introducing this important motion, which aims to meet the moment to expand, represent LA that's so badly needed to receive critical immigration legal services that are desperate need. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired here. Yes, please vote support of the motion. Many of our communities under attack by the ICE raid and deportations. As you know, on legal immigration issues, you don't get a public defender or legal representation. To get an actual private lawyer is so expensive. So please vote for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hazel Rios, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, yes, this is Hazel Rios with the Goddess Mercado, and I am also calling in support of item number 18. Same thank you to Supervisors Hahn and Solis for introducing this important motion with aims to meet the moment by expanding Represent LA so more Angelinos can receive the critical immigration legal services that they are in desperate need of. The aggressive ICE raids that have been carried out through the county this past month have torn apart many immigrant families. These families lack the resources to afford legal representation, and as such, the number of individuals who will need Represent LA services are expected to grow. So please, I respectfully urge the board to support this motion now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Viviana English, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I am with the Wellness Center LA. I speak today as a Chicana and a proud daughter of immigrants who are deeply rooted in their community, always encouraging me to be a helper to stand up for others. I'm here in strong support of item 18. Thank you to Supervisors Hahn and Solis for bringing forward this motion to expand Represent LA. With the alarming ICE raids across the county this past month, immigrant families are being separated and left without critical legal help. Represent LA is a lifeline, and as the need grows, so much the support. That's why encouraging the Office of Immigrant Affairs to pursue funding, including CFCI funds, is not just strategic, it's necessary. CFCI was created to invest in care, not punishment. Supporting immigrant legal defense fits squarely within its mission to help keep people safe, stable, and rooted in the communities. I respectfully urge the board to pass
Thank
this
you.
motion. Thank
Next
you so
speaker,
much.
please.
Manuel Garza, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Garza, and I'm a field director with Southwest Motor Registration Education Project, and I'm here to speak also in support of item 18. Thank you to Supervisors Han and Solis for introducing this important motion.
That item is being held.
To meet the...
Number 18 is being
Excuse
held.
me?
And number 18 is being held for discussion. This is for items not held by the board.
Okay, well then I'll hold.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, Eric.
Okay. This is a public comment where I'm going to follow up on my prior remarks because I'm concerned about a closed session that's almost 6 hours in duration, and I guess some of it's labor discussions, which is fine. But how about pay the people a reasonable wage, Davenport? Given the fact that we have, the mom and pops on down, including the insurance companies, are crying poor. Everybody's crying poor. So the people who are actually taking care of the humans and are doing a great job need the small incremental raise that they've been denied since the beginning of the year, and I think people know that. So I think it's time to find a way to move a few things around and take care of that. In addition to that, I would like to say I've been thinking about buses and the plan to get thousands of buses around
Thank you.
here.
Next speaker,
Bad
please.
idea, of course.
Thank you.
Antonetta Garcia, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is Antonieta Garcia, and I'm a resident from East Los Angeles, and I'm with the organization of Centro CSO. I'm a member, and I am here to speak on item 18. First of all, I want to say thank you to Superintendent Hans and Solis for introducing this important motion, which aims to meet the moments by expanding and representing LA so more Angelinos can receive the critical immigrant legal services that they are in.
Hi, I'm sorry. 18 was held for discussion, so if you can just wait till that issue comes up and then you can speak on the item. This is for items not held by the board, and 18 was held by the board. So we'll go to the next caller. Please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Did you say 15 was held?
No, 18.
Hello.
No, 18 was held.
15 was held?
No, it was not. You can talk on 15.
Okay, then let's just start with number 11, empowering youth and civil engagement. How ridiculous
11 was held. Mr. Humphreys, 11 was held for discussion. 11 was held for discussion, so you can call. You can stand in line for 11. 11 and 18 were held for discussion.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Claudia Jerez, former DPSS employee. I do have 2 minutes because I'm going to address 3 items. So my name is Claudia Jerez, DPSS employee for about 10 years, Downtown Women's Center case manager for about 2.5 years. I want to say that I'm very, very happy about item 37. Bob, I believe it's Bob Hope Patriotical Landmark Designation. I really, really like that one, and I support it. And now I'm talking about 28 now. Now, 28 is something that I'm very concerned about. I believe it's security lining capital project recommendations. I believe it's about establishing appropriate proposed projects at Alondra Community Regional Park Security, and I believe on Athens Park Security. I would like to find out a little bit more about how that will be impacting the parks and how will that be impacting my community. So the next item that I'm going to be discussing is
All right, thank you.
I have 2 minutes. I have 56 seconds. Now the next item is 40. The item 40 about Mr. Garlier Brownlee. I believe that the settlement for $7 million is a little bit too much, but I don't know too much about it. But I got to tell you, the item 40 is very, very significant and very important, because I believe that if an individual has been paralyzed, it's very, very important that $7 million is not going to be enough. That's what I can say. But, that is my take on it. I love the Bob Hope Patriotic Call Landmark Destination, number 37. That is awesome. I used to go there and do some quinceañeras there back in the day when I was in the 80s. And, I got to tell you, I know that place because I've been there. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes the time for public comment on these items.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please advise us what items we are going to be voting on?
The following The following items are before you: 2 through 8, 9 with Supervisor Mitchell voting no, 10, 12 through 17, 19 through 21, 23 through 42, 1D. These items are before you.
All right, that will be moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now we move on to item number 11, and this was held by Supervisor Solis and her co-author, Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Solis, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you much, Madam Chair, for recognizing me, and I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me on this important motion. Since the first week of June, Los Angeles County residents have been terrorized by ongoing ICE raids. People fear kidnapped by masked individuals who refuse to identify themselves. And rightfully so, many of our residents, including our young people, youth, have taken to the streets to protest, demanding that their loved ones be released and that their communities no longer be terrorized. Unfortunately, some of the protests and encounters with federal and local law enforcement have taken a dark turn in which non-lethal weapons are used on our citizens, and people are being arrested for failure to disperse or for other violations. At the height of the protests, the city of Los Angeles, as you know, implemented a curfew. Since the protests started, the LAPD has stated that they have made over 500 arrests related to those protests. However, the vast majority of the protests have remained peaceful, as evidenced by the No Kings demonstrations that happened in the county and countrywide that overwhelmingly occurred without incident. And this is critical because, as we know, that the Trump administration is hoping to capitalize on the actions of a few bad actors to justify overreach. That is why I believe it's important that participants, especially our youth, our young people, are empowered with the best information so they can peacefully assemble, exercise their First Amendment right, and not invite any extrajudicial actions from the federal government. This motion aims to meet the moment by asking the Department of Youth Development, in collaboration with other county agencies and community organizations, to create a Know Your Right workshops in which youth are educated about their legal rights during protests, given guidance on how to navigate through those curfews if they occur, informed about mental health and trauma-informed safety strategies during those civic actions, and provide information about legal remedies and support for youth who are being discriminated against or are facing potential violations of their civil and human rights. Ultimately, the motion aims to empower our young people by providing them with the legal tools and knowledge about their rights during protests and while engaging in other civic activities, which in turn will help reduce the number of young people who end up in our juvenile legal system due to a lack of knowledge about what actions are legally allowed during protests. The county needs to encourage peaceful, informed civic participation, and today's young people, as we know, are the future.
and our leaders of tomorrow. And we must ensure that they feel empowered to use their voice and exert their First Amendment right to protest in a peaceful and impactful manner. That is guaranteed by our Constitution. Our communities must continue to stand together for what is right, especially in showing this administration that Los Angeles County communities will not just stand by as they tear families apart. I hope, members, that you'll join me in voting yes on this important measure so that we can move forward as an entire community supporting our young people. And with that, I would ask my co-author, Supervisor Hahn, to
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, Madam Chair. Thank you for inviting me to co-author this motion. And it's clear that our communities are under attack. The federal government is sending masked agents to kidnap people without due process at their workplaces, their court hearings, and even while playing at the park with their children. When the government acts unjustly, it is the right, and I even believe it's our duty, to stand up to a government we disagree with and protest. This is part of what makes this country great. The constitutional right to both speak freely and peacefully assemble. This country has a long history of protest movements that have brought about significant change. And right now, that is what we're seeing. Many of our residents are exercising their constitutional right to protest, including our young people. And for some of the youth, this may be their first experience with protests, and it may unfortunately lead to some encounters with law enforcement and our legal system. That's why this motion today is important. It will create and distribute Know Your Rights material tailored towards youth about their rights during protest and other forms of civic engagement. Ideally, I think this is the type of information that should be taught in schools as a part of the curriculum. I don't even think kids are learning civics the way we were taught civics. I don't even know if that's part of the curriculum anymore. But I think students should receive civics education to learn about their government and to learn about their legal rights. The need for civics education is essential now more than ever, and I think an important part of the work on these Know Your Rights materials should include outreach to our LA County Office of Education so that the materials can be distributed at schools. Right now, we're in summer vacation, but the federal government shows no sign of stopping these aggressive immigration raids. And I think we can expect that the protest and the civic engagement will continue into the fall. Finally, I also think it's important to make sure that it's clear who is expected to print and distribute the informational material once it's created. At our recent Metro meeting, it was brought to our attention that there was a disagreement and miscommunication about who was in charge of printing the Know Your Rights cards. Metro thought the county was supposed to print them, but the county sent the electronic file and expected Metro to print them. So in the end, there was a delay in getting these cards printed, especially when I think it's more important than ever on our trains and our buses, we have those ready available. So I don't want that to happen with this idea. So this motion directs our 3 county departments, Department of Youth Development, our public defender, and the alternate public defender to be involved in creating the materials along with the Human Rights Commission and the Youth Commission. And I think it needs to be clear who's in charge of printing and distributing the materials once they're created, and the money should be budgeted for that purpose. So I hope that is part of the information that we get in the report back. Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. And I also want to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn for bringing this forward motion. I mean, civic engagement and the use of one's right to peacefully protest is vital to our country, and young people should be encouraged to raise their voices. I believe that we must draw the line on the violent and unlawful attacks that took place, but it was not the majority, it was the minority. And I think it's important for us to recognize that a majority of the youth who protested did so peacefully and lawfully. And I'm glad you brought up Metro, because it's important for us to communicate as well, because one of the unintended consequences that we learned at the Metro Board by closing the station at the request of law enforcement, when they were asked to disperse, they had no place to go. And that caused chaos. And so I think it's important for us to recognize, beyond the Know Your Rights, also for us to know, to coordinate with all agencies, so we're not putting individuals in a situation that they get arrested for violating the curfew and or get into a situation where they are caught up in an unsafe protest that may grow out of a few people. So, you know, I support the motion, and I want to be supportive of peaceful protest, and I think that it's important for us to do lessons learned. So my question to you, CEO, I was going to ask of the public defender, but as you'll recall, when we had the UCLA protesters that were arrested, the public defender and alternate public defender were instructed to direct resources and services the defense of the arrested protesters. That also included a Know Your Rights campaign. And my ask of you would be, do we know from the public defender what were the lessons learned? How did this support help young people exercise their rights to peacefully protest? I feel there might be lessons learned that we can incorporate into what y'all are doing, because this is not the first time. Different circumstance for sure, but it's something that is not the first time we've done this. So I would just ask that you take that into consideration.
Yeah, I actually have some information from the public defender and alternate public defender's office that I can share right now. In terms of lessons learned, they highlighted building capacity. So that's communications capacity, just having a team on the ground who can respond in real time. That is critical. And sounds like they worked with our office to build that initially to get a critical mass of communicators on the ground. The second thing they highlighted was a centralized interdepartmental coordination to centralize information. So rather than having people hunt and peck around the county or different agencies to get information that's pertinent, having the departments work together to provide that. An example here is they talked about working with OIA, who could advise on immigration-related consequences if you're caught, you know, violating certain laws during a protest. The last major lessons learned that they shared was creating dedicated contact channels. So they had a phone number, they had an email, and then backing that up with a rapid response team who can get back to folks right away. That was also something they highlighted. And they did have some outcomes of this. They did share that, you know, students were able to protest more confidently, know their rights, and do things on the right side of the law there.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, and I looked over to Supervisor Solis because I know that that you're well aware of this, and so as she said, it can be incorporated in. It probably will be, but I think it's important for us to know that and to put on the record, this is not the first time we've brought forward a Know Your Rights campaign. Again, different set of circumstances, but it remains the same, educating peaceful protesters that they have rights and the First Amendment is alive and well. It needs to be practiced and needs to be protected. So with that, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Han for bringing the motion forward to really talk about how we meaningfully empower our people with tools to safely engage in their fundamental constitutional right to protest and to express their perspective. The lack of due process, the blatant racism, the mass men kidnapping people requires all of us to think through not only what our rights are, but what we would do if confronted in that very same situation. Again, from my perspective, protests, walkouts, demonstrations are all important as they are a symbol of our collective strength. Again, it's not just about knowing our rights and participating in protests, but what would our plan be if we were walking down the street? And I think knowing their rights protects them not only in their right to protest, but helps them understand their rights if they are confronted by one of these entities. Just this weekend, I had a Facebook town hall with AAPI Equity Alliance and the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, BAJI, where I learned their 4 freedom mantras as I developed my own plan of what I would do, either as a participant in a peaceful protest or if I were walking down the street and confronted. Ask if I'm free to leave. Say I don't want to talk to them. Say I want my attorney, and I don't consent to sign anything. Those are 4 kind of basic tenets that I understood were my fundamental rights. I think the materials that our county departments create will only be as good as we make sure that they are available and printed and out and in our community. And in multiple languages, absolutely. I do hope, given our budget constraints, that the stated departments will consider looking at existing materials already in the community, Churla's documents that they've created, the red cards. Any number of organizations have good information and tools, so I hope that these county departments wouldn't unnecessarily recreate the wheel. So in the report back that they tap into materials that already exist, and then, as Supervisor Hahn said, make sure that we as the county are printing them, perhaps translating them into multiple languages, and then most importantly, getting them out into our communities and into the hands of people who need them the most. I look forward to supporting the motion.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisors Solis and Hahn for bringing forward this important motion. It is no surprise to me that our young people are the leaders of this county-wide movement to protect immigrant families, friends, and neighbors from the devastating and overreaching immigration actions led by the federal government. Young people are leading the way, and they are not asking for permission. They are speaking out and taking action to protect our communities and our values as Angelenos. We have a duty to equip them with the tools and knowledge necessary to support their essential civic advocacy. I'm glad this motion calls on county departments to consult with our youth commission as well. Our commissioners are second to none, and I know they will have significant contributions to this effort. Finally, I would encourage all Angelenos to seek out the various Know Your Rights campaigns and briefings that are available across the county. And if you are interested in hosting more, please let us know that too. We all must ensure we're ready to stand up for one another and bring about positive, lasting change. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. With that, I see no other colleagues wishing to speak. Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that would like to testify on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Amy Flores, Claudia Jerez, Esther Yim, Sam Lewis. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 11, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Frederick Sykes, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and members of the audience. My name is Frederick Sykes, and I am a resident of West Covina. I am speaking in support of agenda item number 11. Schools do not generally teach our youth to be politically active, to protest, to organize, to march, and demonstrate for a cause. We should ensure that our young citizens know that politics impacts all of us, and we can impact politics. By example, some people are not aware that in California, you can register to vote early at 16 years of age and start voting at 18 years old. So, for their future, our young residents need to be involved in politics. And that can happen even before they can vote. This is very important because some of their parents are at risk
Thank you.
of being
Next speaker,
profiled,
please.
arrested.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
For advancing this motion and ensuring that communities throughout LA County continue to feel safe. Thank you for the chair for losing the right for our residents to protest and express our views. Beyond having the PD, which we really appreciate, I think we will ask the chair to work with the rest of the board on reining in the DA and some of his wild takes on this protest, and how do we again protecting people's privacy rights and not just throwing more people in jail for the sake of filling out and aligning that office through a Care First work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sierra Brown, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sierra Brown. I'm with God's Pantry, and I'm here to speak in support of item number 11. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Hahn for introducing this important motion, which will empower youth across LA County by equipping them with the legal tools and knowledge they need to understand their rights, especially when engaging in activities like protests. This motion is especially timely. In response to recent ICE raids, youth across the county have taken to the streets to demand an end to the terrorization of their communities. Many also participated in large numbers during the recent No King demonstrations. The Know Your Rights workshops created by this motion will ensure that young people are informed about their legal rights during protests, helping them engage in civic action without fear of being swept into the juvenile legal system due to a lack of information. If we want today's youth to become tomorrow's leaders, we must empower them to raise their voices in ways that are peaceful, impactful, and capable of driving lasting change.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Carlos Montez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. It's Carlos Montez with Centro CSO. And CSO, we've been involved in 5 or 6 demonstrations downtown. On June the 8th, we had a big rally at Mariachi Plaza where Dolores worked, and we peacefully marched to the Metropolitan Detention Center with youth, with moms, with families. And when we get to the detention center, without any warning, without anything, we started getting tear gassed by the National Guard. So the National Guard and Trump are the ones that are initiating the violence, okay? We marched back to Mariachi Plaza. So the next day we marched again peacefully. This time we went to the LAPD headquarters, right, to denounce that they should not collaborate with ICE. So I've been involved in many of the rallies and marches that happened in February and March with the youth. The youth have the spirit, you know, the energy, and they were always well organized and peaceful. I know we took over the freeways, right?
Thank you.
But,
next speaker, please.
Vanessa Benavides, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Vanessa Benavides. I am with Justice for Youth. I'm here to speak on the item in support of item 11. Thank you, Supervisors Solis and Hahn, for introducing this important motion and with the empower youth across LA County and by equipping them with the legal tools and knowledge they need to understand their rights, and especially with engaging the civic activities like protests. This motion is especially timely. In the response to the ICE raids across the county, we have taken the streets to demand the terrorization on the communities. Many of the large amounts of protests, such as the No Kings demonstrations, as we recently seen, and the Know Your Rights workshops are especially impactful in their communities, especially the ones I work in the Pomona area. This is especially timely, and with these juveniles being provided these resources, it's most beneficial, and we want to be able to empower the youth to become tomorrow's leaders. We must empower them and raise their voice in the ways that are peaceful and impactful and
Next
capable.
speaker, please.
Hector Plasencia, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Hector Plasencia, pronouns they, them, us, Chair of the LGBT Commission of LA County and Executive Director of Plasencia Consulting. We are excited about this motion so that youth can engage in an informed way to be able to create change and have an impact. The need for immigrants and people of color to be protected is critical as these documents, and we strongly support the motion. As the documents are being created, we recommend integration and recognition of different genders and sexualities that may pertain to youth safety and their experience in interacting with law enforcement. Also recommend that Know Your Rights information include their rights within the jail system in case they are detained, again, and within the experience of being queer and transgender. Gracias again to Supervisor Solis and Hahn for being able to move this forward. It is very critical that we are informed about our rights.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jeanette Ellis-Royston, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Ellis-Royston, President of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, a.k.a. NAACP Pomona Valley Branch. On behalf of the 5 cities we serve in Los Angeles County, we stand firm with Supervisor Hilda Solis and Hans for spotlighting this timely motion, equipping our youth with leadership tools to exercise peacefully their human rights to stand up and freely articulate their needs. I respectfully urge the board of supervisors to support this motion. This motion 11 will decrease the pipeline to prison, and we do not want to increase that pipeline. So I really appreciate if our supervisors and all those who are able to vote for this motion to please support our young people.
Thank you. Next
you
speaker,
so much.
please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, I'll keep it short and sweet. This is ad nauseum disgusting. Open. Of course, we have Solis and Han out there, part of the gang of four that will do anything to. And you go down here, resource to the undocumented and LGBTQ. This is garbage at the best. Keep them in school learning and teach them right. Everything that's going on is a result of their parents and violating the law. This is one nation indivisible, and don't forget it. God bless President Trump, and God bless America.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Youth and the young must know all their actions they have matter and have value. And civic engagement must be a way to look into their future and take a responsible approach to make all impression that will bring dignity and respect and uphold the previous contributions of generations of immigrants who made a difference through hardworking, dignity, respect for the rule of law, and engage in a way to make a difference for all communities, and keeping in mind they were paving the path for future immigrants that touched soil in the United States. Dignity and respect and the rule of law is very important, and their actions matter. So the rule of law matters, and the actions they take will matter to future immigrants and whoever touches soil as an immigrant.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Esther Yim. I'm here for Mentor for Change. We want to thank Supervisors Han and Solis for bringing this motion forward. We do believe in support in item number 11. We do believe that our youth deserve and need to be protected as they are engaging in peaceful civic action. That civic action takes place not only in the streets as they're protesting, as they were on June 14th and before then and since then, but also it takes place in their everyday actions, caring for their neighbors, their family members, their siblings. They're out there showing up for their community, picking up groceries, doing the shopping for other items, for accompanying their community members to appointments to make sure that someone is with their neighbor who feels afraid or their family member who feels afraid. They're showing up for their community, and we are asking the board to show up for our youth. They need to be seen, they need to be invested in, they need to know that you care and that you are part of their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amy Flores, and I'm with Mentor for Change. I'm here to speak in support of item number 11. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Han for introducing this important motion, which will empower youth across LA County. This motion is especially timely. In response to recent ICE raids, many of our youth have heavily relied on social media and word of mouth to understand and learn about their rights. Members of our Youth Advisory Board have taken action by distributing Know Your Rights cards to their communities. Instead of letting fear and stress take over, youth are looking for resources and support to help their communities. Passing this motion will be a key resource for our youth and communities, and I respectfully urge the board to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other speakers to address the board.
Thank you. There are no other requests to speak. This motion is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Han. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 11, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Han.
Aye.
Supervisor Han, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we'll move on now to item number 18. Executive Officer. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Supervisor Mitchell. I was going to have him read it, but Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I just, colleagues,
Wait.
held the item really just because of the not the content and the mission through which it's been brought forward, but because of the last item. And so I've asked the author if she'd mind bifurcating. And let me just make sure everybody's clear. I am in full support of continuing to support and expand all of our protections for our immigrant family, friends, and neighbors, which includes Represent LA. But I asked to hold the item to address the Care First community investment process, especially in light of our lengthy discussion just last week, as well as the board approval of my May motion. As it relates to the language supporting the Office of Immigrant Affairs application to use CFI funds, I'm concerned that we're giving the CFCI Advisory Committee a recommendation on the final spending proposal. In the past, the CFCI Advisory Committee has been provided the freedom to hear from the community to make recommendations to the CEO on a spending plan. And recommendations that I believe the CEO said last week that she did not recall changing in her recommendations to the board. So again, I do not oppose Represent LA submitting an application for consideration. I encourage them to do so. That process is going on now, and it's my understanding that they have a meeting on July 9th where they can do that. So again, I don't want to contradict myself, given the May motion I brought forward. And so if the authors wouldn't mind bifurcating the motion, I'd be happy to support directives 1 through 5. And I just would like the opportunity to abstain from the separate last unnumbered directive after 5.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you. And yeah, thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. And I think I'm okay with that. I just wanted to realize that we are really in a moment, and I think we all realize that. And we're having people who are being swept off the streets. Many people are worried about what's next. You know, I am sure we all have stories. I just met at the Bubble Bath Car Wash in Torrance, where ICE agents literally ambushed the car wash, blocked all the exits and entrances, ran through the tunnel part where the cars get washed, chasing 2 men, threw them down on the ground, threw their faces in the fence. Luckily, I had a staff member. He got on the phone with the family's wife. He spoke Spanish, so he was communicating with her. They were very worried. They hadn't been able to contact them. They weren't really sure where they were. The issue of the no change of clothes. And I just realized that there are so many people that are going to need representation now, and we're all trying to put together funding. I know people at the state are working on that. We've got to have a very robust fund where we can really, in the moment, get some legal representation to these folks who are being denied their due process and who are being denied their rights, because they do have rights in this country. Documented or undocumented, people have rights. So Represent LA seems to be the ground zero here. That is really springing into action, but we do know that their funding is limited, and I wanted to just find out every possible avenue. So this motion will ask our Office of Immigrant Affairs to, first tell us how they're adapting to this, helping us communicate with our immigrant communities, and also, I was part of what I think Supervisor Mitchell is not comfortable with, which is fine, is that I wanted us to explore all avenues of funding, but not limited to considering supporting our Office of Immigrant Affairs application to use CFCI funds. So in no way, when you say the word application, that doesn't go around the process. That means they will be going through the process. But I just thought we could support that. So when it came back, our CEO could support it, knowing that the board believed going through the process and letting CFCI committee make their decision, but it's something that I think is an appropriate use. So that's what my main directive said, but I'm happy to bifurcate 1 through 5 from that directive.
Thank you.
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for asking me to join you. I just want to give a little history. Represent LA has been around for some time. In fact, it was created out of a motion that I carried back in April of 2022. But here we are, trying to meet the moment and trying to find resources. And we've heard repeatedly at these board meetings, several hundred people come forward asking for additional funding for representation for just this matter. So I think it's important that we do move along. And there is a precedent that has been set before. CHCI actually provided $1.5 million additionally to represent LA to help launch the program. So this isn't unusual. I don't have a problem with bifurcating it, but I do think acknowledging the process, as you said, Supervisor Hahn, applying, having OIA apply and then go through the process, that's perfectly okay with me. I just want to say that Represent LA has done a lot. They've actually, from just this year, June 6th to June 22nd, enforcement teams arrested, if people aren't aware, 1,618 immigrants for deportation in Los Angeles and surrounding regions of Southern California, according to Department of Homeland Security. That's nearly 1/3 of the 5,075 people that Represent LA served between April 2022 and November 2024. And I believe that we need to explore every opportunity to receive funding to help expand the program, and that isn't limited just to the CFCI fund, but also to philanthropic organizations and anywhere else that our CEO could possibly help us out. So I'm in full support of this motion, and I thank the author, and let's continue to move ahead and expand the reach of Represent LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Joe a question before? So with the CFCI and the way the motion's written, because July 9th is what you're saying the date is they're gonna review. When is this money gonna be allocated? I mean, how quickly is it? What's the turnaround on releasing the funding necessary?
Right. So thereafter, your board approved the year 4 spending plan last week. So in that plan, the board allocated about $141 million based on our office's recommendation and an additional $28.2 million for the public defender, APD, and Millen Vets. That leaves about $50 million in one time that we are recommending be reallocated. Your board set that aside last week.
Reallocated to this?
To be reallocated in supplemental. So,
okay.
Right, so the CFCI committee is going to open up applications. They're going to review programs, give us recommendations by July 31st, and then we are directed by your board from the May 6th motion to consider those, prioritize those recommendations actually when we make our funding recommendations in supplemental. So supplemental would be when these are allocated.
The reason why I ask is, I mean, based on our conversation with this board, there is no discretionary funding that would meet the challenge. I mean, that's why I'm asking about the CFCI. I think that is the pot of money that's probably going to be looked at because it's going to be ongoing, or is it one time?
Well, so your board did allocate $5.5 million to the program for this upcoming, actually for this fiscal year, 25-26. So it is funded with $5.5 million. That was funded.
But it'll probably be on. I mean, realistically, it's going to be ongoing. So, I mean, given what's going on, I can't see this going away in a year.
So we don't know what the pace of spending is going to be. It could be drawn down quicker. I think what we heard from DCBA is they're looking for allocations to carry it into the next fiscal year.
Okay, because I know, I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I sense that we all appreciate the process that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those where the urgency, I think, outweighs the mechanism on how you go about going before the is it a commission?
The process.
Process. But at the same time, I just want to make sure when I say that I don't find out that, in fact, the money's not even going to be released until, July 31st. So therefore, we should have gone through the process, but I'm not hearing that from you. Because this is real time, is what I'm hearing from Supervisor
It's
Hahn.
true, but this motion does not say to go around the process. I would actually.
No, I hear you, but I think that's what Supervisor Mitchell senses that it does.
Well, it doesn't.
Okay, then I'm gonna. Okay, Supervisor Mitchell wanted to speak, but Supervisor Horvath was waiting to speak actually, because yeah. Okay, go ahead, Supervisor.
I hit the button the second time, so I didn't want to get in front of anybody. But from my perspective, based on the motion that I authored in May, it does, if you will, in effect, we put our finger on the scale. That the process will happen July 9th. CFCI is empowered to hear the advisory committee to make their opinion. If we say, the board says, do this, it's putting our finger on the scale. And I'm just saying, I certainly hope CFCI, as Supervisor Solis just reminded it all, they funded them in the past. It's very likely they'll fund them again. I'm just saying, can we allow CFCI to go through their process and make the determination? I don't get from this motion that they'd get the money any faster. They would not.
That's what I thought.
Did I misunderstand?
It's just asking the CEO to support the funding request if CFCI makes that recommendation. It just kind of, I know it does, in my opinion, have put a little star by it.
Right.
And you're not in favor of that. I am, because we are in this moment, and I would like it to have board approval.
And I appreciate that, and I completely support the effort, and I understand the moment we are in. And we were in a moment when Measure J and CFCI was created, and their charge is to try to fund important services that have met other moments in our history. Again, they have funded it in the past. I don't have any question that they wouldn't do it again. Yeah. And since this motion doesn't expedite it, I'm just like, how about we follow the process we just laid out in a motion in May? That's my only piece. I appreciate you bifurcating it so I can stay true to the motion I carried just 10 minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for being so patient.
I just have a couple questions for our CEO. So you're meeting with, there's a CFCI meeting in July. Is that right?
So that's my understanding, is that they've opened up an application process and there will be a meeting. It may be July 9th. I'd have to confirm that. I don't know that. But
okay.
They have started to take feedback on programs to recommend for the one time.
Great. And as I read this motion, it says, the Chief Executive Office to report back to the board during the supplemental budget phase. So will you meet with the CFCI Advisory Board before you make a recommendation for the supplemental budget?
So we have a team that is present at these meetings, so we'll be present during the discussions. But ultimately, I think what will happen is they will submit written recommendations to our office that we will then prioritize based on the motion and then recommend to your board for funding allocation. Typically, we are lockstep with the CFCI committee. We've had some changes in the past, but it is our recommendation to your board to consider after we receive those from CFCI.
Okay, so you'll meet with CFCI at least one time before you bring forward supplemental budget recommendations?
Yes, and in addition, we'll have their written recommendations.
So I guess I read it the same way Supervisor Hahn does, that there will be a couple of, maybe a couple, but at least one opportunity for CFCI Advisory Board to consider recommendations before supplemental budget. So that's helpful for me to understand. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other my colleagues wishing to speak on this item, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to testify on this item?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Byron Jose, Claudia Jerez, Jessica Peral, and Loretta Lorraine. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 18, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Laura Moreno, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Laura Moreno. I'm here as the Immigrant Rights Director for Pomona Economic Opportunity Center, also known as the Day Labor Center in Pomona. And I am here in support of item 18. Thank you, Supervisors Hahn and Solis, for this important motion. As you all know, since January, there have been aggressive raids in our communities that have torn apart our communities as well as our immigrant families. Not just because of the kidnappings, but also the inability to work, go to school, live life in peace. And the more that these raids persist in our communities, the more there will be a need for increased affordable and reliable representation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hector Plasencia, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this important motion. We are in full support of this motion and being able to provide these direct services in a timely manner. As the expansion of these services is considered, or we recommend that LGBTQ centers are also considered to provide these direct legal services. Our LGBTQ immigrants express that they feel most comfortable within LGBTQ centers and hope that when they do visit one that there are legal services provided. As of now, they are centralized within the city of LA, particularly working closely with the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center. We are a service desert in the San Gabriel Valley and look forward to be able to working closely to see how we can have resources and legal support also reach regions, suburban regions outside of LA City. Gracias again for all the support to immigrant communities. Our lives
Thank you.
Are,
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Rosa Sota, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Rosa Soto with the Wellness Center LA, and I'm a CFCI Advisory Board member. I'm in support of item 18. I want to thank Supervisors Han and Solis for this motion to expand Represent LA so that critical immigration legal services are available for those who need it most. Our community is under attack with ruthless tactics, not only undermining our legal system, but dehumanizing people, many of them hardworking residents that also pay taxes and support the economy of Los Angeles. Many immigrant families have been torn apart and children have been left without their parents. These families lack the resources to afford legal representation, and Represent LA can be a lifeline for services so urgently needed. As a CFCI member, I encourage OIA to follow the process for looking at CFCI funds, but I also encourage you, Board of Supervisors, to look for the resources because this matter is urgent. This kind of funding request isn't new, but it is, just so urgently needed right now with families facing deportation.
Thank you.
Respectfully
Next
urge
speaker,
the board's
please.
vote.
Diana Escamilla, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Diana. I've called LA County my home since I migrated to the United States. I'm calling to show my support for sustaining and expanding Represent LA, a community that is such a part of LA County, not just financially, but paying $8.5 billion in taxes last year to the state of California, and is important as well in a culturally matter. I can say that Conquista has historically been immigrant safe havens for immigrants have become ghost towns. A community that was labeled as essential during the pandemic is being disappeared by mass individuals with no badges. This administration has taken every opportunity to terrorize the immigrant community, so we must take every opportunity we have to support the immigrant community. Represent LA was historical when it first launched to defend the immigrant community during the first Trump administration, and it is evident that the need is even greater now. Reinvesting in Represent LA continues to be critical. Thank you for your investment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yesenia Akua, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Kush with the Council of Mexican Federations, speaking on behalf of the Immigrants LA Coalition. I'm here in support of the motion to expand Represent LA. In moments of crisis, when a loved one is detained or facing deportation, having access to legal representation is life-changing, especially now as immigration enforcement increases and fear spreads in our communities. Stable and ongoing support is more urgent than ever. We urge the board to commit to the long-term sustainability of Represent LA by allocating $6 million annually through a multi-year investment. This would allow trusted legal service providers to plan ahead, expand their capacity, and continue serving families with dignity and care. Thank you to Supervisor Solis and Hans for bringing this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Carolina Lopez, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Carlin Lopez. I'm with the Los Angeles Boys and Girls Club. Like everybody else, our families are really suffering right now. We've had ICE raids all around us. We're in support of the motion to bring more resources to legal representation. Our families don't have legal representation. They desperately need it. We strongly believe in CFCI's approach to provide resources and funding to small grassroots organizations because we're the ones out there on the ground doing the work. Our families need food, they need childcare, and they need basic safety as well as legal representation. So please help us
bring those pieces into the fold as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vanessa Melendez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Melendez good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Melendez with the Filipino Workers Center and IRLA. I'm speaking on behalf of Immigrants RLA. So we strongly support the motion to expand Represent LA. Represent LA has been a lifeline for immigrant Angelenos, ensuring that they have access to due process and critical legal support. With immigration enforcement ramping up and more families at risk, the need for stable and ongoing support has never been greater. We urge the board to deepen its investment in Rep LA with a multi-year commitment and dedicate $6 million annual allocation. Continued funding will allow legal service providers to meet the rising demand and help stabilize families facing deportation, as well as allow due process where due process is due. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Hahn, for your leadership, and the board for standing with our immigrant community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Manuel Garza, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles Board of Supervisors. My name is Manuel Garza. I'm a field director with Southwest Voter Registration Project, and I'm here to speak in support of item 18. Thank you, Supervisors Hahn and Solis, for introducing this important motion, which aims to meet the moment of expanding Represent LA so more Angelenos can receive the critical immigration legal services that they are in desperate need of. The aggressive ICE raids that have been carried out throughout LA County this past month have torn apart many immigrant families. The families lack the resources to afford legal representation, and as such, the number of individuals who will need Represent LA services are expected to grow. That is why the Office of Immigrant Services is being encouraged to go through the process of looking into applying for a wide range of funds, including CFCI funding, to help support Represent LA. The kind of funding request isn't new or unexpected, as CFCI is in the first year, help fund legal services for immigrant
Thank you.
facing
Next speaker,
deportation.
please.
Melissa Vapita, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this important motion. My name is Melissa Cepeda with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA Coalition, IRLA, who strongly supports the motion to expand Represent LA. Represent LA has been extremely essential for immigrant Angelenos, ensuring they have access to due process and any critical legal support. With immigration enforcement increasing in the county and more families at risk, the need for stable, continuous support has never been greater. We ask the board today to expand its investment in Represent LA with a multi-year $6 million annual allocation. Continued funding of Represent LA will allow legal service providers to meet the rising demand and help stabilize families facing deportation. Thank you to Supervisor Solis and Hahn for your continuous leadership and to the board for standing with our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yaritza Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaritza Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of CARECEN, the Central American Resource Center. I'm calling in support of item 18. As a legal service provider, CARECEN supports the immigrant community through programs like Represent LA, which funds critical legal services. It is crucial that LA County sustain and expand Represent LA to meet the increased demand in legal services, especially under the ongoing threat of mass deportation from the current administration. The recent ICE raids in LA County have targeted hardworking immigrants. Our immigrant communities need support at this time, and this motion offers them critical resources to help them during this crisis. We know the Trump administration will continue to target our immigrant communities, and that is why it is imperative for the counties to take action. In 2017, LA County took swift action to protect immigrant community. It must act with double the urgency today. We urge the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on item 18 and also bring forth efforts to sustain and expand Represent LA. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Okay, so I'm very happy to know that $5.5 million has been allocated for Represent LA for the budget year 2025-2026. The possibility of the extension of these conditions in the city concerns me. However, if they must continue throughout 2026, I believe forming a committee of informed immigrants They could be consultants for citizens to lead the charge for all youth. In other words, work with youth consultants. Consultants will be immigrants that are citizens and that can work with youth as a consultant, and so who are, of course, leading the charge, which are the youth. And I believe the more informed, knowledgeable you are in the subject will yield appropriate and meaningful changes to our immigrant communities and in their quality of life, of course. Don't forget about the quality of your life.
Next speaker, please.
All right, I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. Oh, I've seen you. You're doing good work. You and you, Miss Holly Mitchell, and also Miss Solis, thank you so much, and you too. But I'll tell you one thing: we need to get in gear because we're getting people taken away, especially in the transgender community, because they're here to come to make a life for themselves. They're working, and it's hard for them right now. They're scared. They're being taken away, and they're already messed up because they transgenders. That's what the straight people do to us. But it's okay. We got every right like everybody else. Come on, Miss Holly, because Miss Holly Mitchell, this was made by slaves many years ago, and that it's a world to love and to make a difference for those people. And the transgender community always get the last of the end, but it shouldn't be like that. It should be equal for all of us, for all the migrant people and the kids. I feel for all of them. I was born here. I'm wearing LA. Well, I'm from
Thank
not
you.
from LA.
Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition. Good afternoon, board. Thank you to Supervisor Hans, Justice Deputies, and your team for including us. Even when there are emergency motions like this that override the cluster process, we can still reach out to stakeholders, and even with the green sheets, right? So thank you for being intentional in the language as it applies to the CFCI Advisory Committee. Beyond the bifurcated votes, Supervisor Mitchell, we look forward to chatting with your team because now I'm confused about the allocation. So year one had 3.5 million, that was mainly ARPA funds, and most departments are taking that as NCC or ongoing funding. So again, how do we are ensuring that we're working on the process, but also we're looking specifically for trans immigrants, refugees, and political asylees. And so how are we expanding that program? But more importantly, how are we really looking at NCC? So let's add more money to CFCI allocation during the supplemental budget process, so we're not just sending people to one bucket and have to fight over it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Hazel Rios, your line is open. You may begin. Oh, Evelyn Cedino-Nack.
Please begin.
Immigrant Rights Project. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Cedino-Nack with Esperanza Immigrant Rights Project. I'm calling in support of item 18, and a big thank you to Supervisors Janice Hahn and Hilda Solis for introducing this revised motion to expand Represent LA. At Esperanza, we empower and represent immigrants who are facing deportation proceedings, and every day we are speaking to individuals and children and families who are understandably too scared to step outside their homes, let alone attend court hearings or other critical appointments. This administration is systematically eroding due process and terrorizing our communities. Therefore, legal services are critical, and time is of the essence as the government continues to kidnap and disappear individuals and families into faraway detention centers. We must inform individuals of their legal process and their options before an arrest. We must get our folks out of detention and bring them back to our communities, and most importantly, reunite them with their families. But we cannot meet these new emergent needs without you all. So we greatly support increased funding for Represent LA and respectfully ask that you act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shannon Camacho, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Shannon Camacho, and I'm with Inclusive Action for the city, and I'm calling in support of item 18. Inclusive Action is an economic justice nonprofit and CDFI that has been working directly with immigrant workers in the county, such as street vendors and open-air workers. We are also a co-chair of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. We strongly support the motion to expand Represent LA. Rep LA has been a critical program for immigrants throughout the county to ensure that they have access to due process and legal representation as they fight their immigration cases. With federal immigration enforcement continuing to terrorize our communities in LA, the need for legal support and deportation defense has never been greater. Since June 6, over 1,600 people have been arrested in the greater Los Angeles area and Southern California. These immigrant community members have been detained. Many of them have not been located relocated, and some have been sent to detention centers in other states without access to legal counsel or the ability to see their families. The conditions in detention centers are horrific, cruel, and dangerous, and the terror our communities are facing is intensifying, with communities afraid to go outside,
Thank you.
seek medical
Next
care,
speaker,
shop
please.
for groceries.
Jose Ruiz, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Solis, for supporting item 18. I'm a strong supporter. I'm calling today as the CFCI advisory alternate for SD1, but also as the Children and Family Services Commissioner. It is unjust just to even think that children are asked to go to court, stand trial, and definitely represent themselves. It doesn't make sense. So for this, I want to make sure that Representative Lay gets the funding that it's needed now. We cannot allow our children to go to court without due representation. So again, please support item 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Steele, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Derek Steele. Serve as the chair of the Care First Community Investment Advisory Committee. I wish I had the opportunity to have more than just 1 minute to kind of speak, to kind of clarify some of the, processes that we're considering in all of this. Nonetheless, for this process, we are responsible for putting together the buckets of resources to make sure that they can get to the community in the most effective ways. And we're in the middle of that process. We have meetings every Thursday during this entire month to get our recommendations to the Board of Supervisors by the 31st deadline, and to make sure that we are taking consideration of community members through our survey, not just the recommendation form, which is one part of it, but we want to make sure that there is a robust consideration of the things that are needed to make sure that when we put forth these recommendations to the Board of Supervisors by way of the CEO, that it is inclusive, that it is thoughtful, that it has all the resources it needs to meet the moment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lupita Martinez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lupita Martinez, and I'm a proud daughter of immigrant parents. I'm speaking on behalf of Chairla in support of item 18. I want to highlight the urgent need to expand the Represent LA program, formerly known as the LA Justice Fund, which was established in 2017 to provide legal representation to our immigrant Angelenos. Under the current Trump 2.0 administration, we are facing horrific intimidation tactics from immigration enforcement, including unlawful arrests, disappearances, and mass deportation. Our immigrant communities are navigating unprecedented levels of fear, uncertainty, and systemic exclusion as federal policies become more hostile, militarization of our communities, and targeting families. Currently, we have mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, members of our community who are detained in overcrowded facilities, wearing the same clothes for over 10 days, receiving little to no food, drinking contaminated water, and over 60% of our internal list of detainees remain unaccounted for. We do not know where they are being
speaker,
housed.
please.
It is urgent that we expand.
Thank you.
Cecilia Ramos, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Cecilia Ramos, and I belong to the Historic Filipino Town Neighborhood Council. I'm here to speak in support of item 18. Thank you, Supervisor Han and Solis, for introducing this important motion. The aggressive ICE raids that have been carried out throughout the county this past month have torn apart many immigrant families. These families lack the resources to afford legal representation, and as such, the number of individuals who will need Represent LA services are expected to grow. That is why the Office of Immigrant Affairs is being encouraged to go through the process of looking into applying for a wide range of funds, including CFCI funding, to help support Represent LA.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisor.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. Seeing no other of my colleagues wishing to speak on this item, Executive Officer, please tell us what we will be voting on.
So, Madam Chair, we will be bifurcating item 18 with the first part with the items 1 through 5. We'll vote on that first, and then we'll vote on the second directive.
Okay, that'll be moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So this will be the first part. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Now we're going to be voting on the last directive. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Abstain.
Supervisor Mitchell abstains. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
All right, we'll now on to our last item, 43A. All right. Supervisor Solis, would you like to speak on this item?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you recognizing me, and I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath for co-authoring this, I believe, very important motion before us today. As you know, over the last few weeks, federal agents, often in unmarked vehicles without visible badges, in regular street clothes and masked faces, have detained people indiscriminately, at times even taking U.S. citizens. From June 1st through the 10th, ICE data shows that 722 people were arrested in Los Angeles region, according to figures obtained by the Deportation Data Project at UC Berkeley Law. An LA Times analysis also found that 69% of those arrested during that period had no criminal conviction, and 58% had never been charged with the crime. They also found that the median age was 38 years of age, and most were men. When it comes to nationality, the majority were from Latin America. 48% were Mexican, 16% were Guatemalan, and 8% were Salvadorian. The Department of Homeland Security also shared data that from June 6th to the 22nd, more than 1,600 immigrants were detained for deportation in Southern California. Many of the raids are being executed in open-air locations, such as car washes, Home Depot, parking lots, and street vending corners. But even in these public areas, ICE needs to follow the Constitution and respect the constitutional rights of our residents. There are other numerous reported instances of individuals questioned and detained without a judicial warrant and without reasonable suspicion. And some agents are using excessive force to meet their goals. Just this past Thursday, a man in the unincorporated area known as Valinda, which is in my district, was filmed being taken down forcefully by masked men. You can see that in the video above. Immigration enforcement officials appear to be racially profiling county residents by conducting sweeps in established and well-known immigrant communities and targeting individuals based on their appearance and/or color of their skin. The Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution reads as follows: the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and persons or things to be seized. It protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures, meaning the government cannot detain and arrest without proper legal justification. And when law enforcement officers stop and question or detain someone without reasonable suspicion, or when they make an arrest without probable cause, they are indeed violating that person's constitutional and civil rights. In response to this, the Los Angeles City Council requested their city attorney to prioritize legal action to protect the civil rights of Angelenos and seek injunctive relief for unconstitutional searches, seizures, and detentions. And just yesterday, it was reported that 6 Republicans in the California legislature had sent a letter to President Trump urging him to focus on targeting violent criminals in his immigration crackdown, saying that the sweeping, ongoing raids are instilling widespread fear in their communities and driving workers out of critical industries. And as a result of the ongoing immigration enforcement raids, immigrant residents and even their U.S. citizen family members are limiting their time in public spaces out of fear for what might happen to them at any moment. Many people are staying home. They're avoiding going to work, visiting the grocery stores and restaurants, skipping medical appointments, and not sending their children to school. This is having a tremendous negative impact on our county's economy and ability to provide for the health and welfare of our residents. And given these devastating consequences, it is imperative that the county act to support its most vulnerable residents by affirming and protecting their civil and constitutional rights. And that is why I have introduced this motion directing County Council to immediately explore all legal remedies available to the county to protect the civil rights of our residents and prevent further federal law enforcement personnel from engaging in any unconstitutional and unlawful immigration enforcement. This includes unlawfully stopping, questioning, or detaining individuals without reasonable suspicion or arresting individuals without probable cause or a valid warrant. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. This is an urgent matter for LA County and Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Supervisor Solis for bringing forward this motion and inviting me to co-author it. Under the guise of law enforcement, we have seen official federal government actors without visible badges, hiding their faces and identification, and detaining people from unmarked cars without warrants and without any indication they plan to adhere to constitutionally protected due process. While this administration said it would focus on deporting undocumented persons with violent criminal histories, what we actually see every single day in Los Angeles is an all-out campaign of racially motivated harassment, intimidation, and kidnappings directed towards hardworking people of color. Our families, our friends, our county residents are scared. They're staying home, avoiding school and medical appointments, and not visiting stores and restaurants that they normally would. We, our residents, our families, and our friends are all deserving of the legal and democratic processes that are a vital component of what makes our country great. Our county plays an everyday part of making sure those rights exist and are adhered to, and I'm glad to join this motion as co-author to encourage our county not to waver in its commitment to law and due process, as too many of our elected leaders have. Democracy is not a given. We must fight to continue the best of our constitutional traditions. We cannot sit on the sideline as the rights of our communities are violated. We must do everything in our power to protect our residents and fight back.
Oh, okay. I was waiting. Okay. Supervisor Hahn.
That was a mic drop, right? Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Solis and Horvath for introducing this. That video was hard to watch, Supervisor Solis. That was hard to watch, and yet I've seen those over and over again. When I went to the car wash in Torrance, the owner had videotaped what was happening, and I sat down and saw his video, and it's horrifying. This unprecedented, in my opinion, reckless and sounds like illegally violating people's constitutional rights. Raids that are happening in our county are horrifying, and I like that we're asking our county council to figure out ways that we can protect our residents from these tactics that are being implemented by federal agents. People have had their constitutional rights literally trampled on by masked, many times unidentified federal agents who will do anything they can to detain who they believe are these dangerous criminals, all in the name of meeting a federal quota. The truth is, everyday hardworking individuals are being profiled and harassed by federal agents who are causing tremendous fear among our residents. And many times the reasonable suspicion for them is someone who runs. And immediately when someone runs, and who would blame them for running, that is who they run after. They chased people through car washes, through parking lots. We understand this morning they chased some residents through a Home Depot and then onto the Harbor Gateway Transit area of Metro, which was a spillover, but the people were running, trying to escape. And we've got to figure out what we can do to protect them. It is horrifying, and I feel so badly for the grown men who are the breadwinners in their family, who are being humiliated in front of their coworkers and in front of customers at their particular businesses. They're being thrown to the ground. Many times their pants are being dragged down. Their faces are being smashed into the asphalt and fences. It's the most humiliating thing I've ever watched. And these are decent, hard-working people who are going to work every day to provide for their families. And it's absolutely not the country I believe we are meant to be in America. We are a country of immigrants, and we believe in our Constitution, and we believe in people having constitutional rights. And people in this country, documented or undocumented, have certain inalienable rights. And what is happening now is that those are absolutely being trampled on and ignored. And I am terribly sorry to those in LA County who are facing this every single day. And you're right, it has caused so much fear and put such a chill on people that they are not going about in a way that they deserve to, just living their lives, just going to work, just going to church, going out to eat at a restaurant, basic things that we all consider just, the part of living in this country are being stripped and so ignored that it is sending a chilling effect, which ultimately is having a huge economic impact in many of our cities. In our downtown business areas for many of our cities are going, they're like ghost towns right now because people don't want to go out. So thank you for bringing this forward. I hope we can figure out legally how we can protect them.
Supervisor Mitchell?
I'd be very glad to support the motion. I was just taken when the LA Times publishes an article entitled "Disappeared by ICE in LA, How to Find Detained Relatives." We know that we as a society have hit an all-time low. I saw on social media early this morning some questions posed by people asking, well, why do people run? And I was struck by that and got sucked into the vortex in terms of sharing my own lived experience about why people from certain communities do run when they see masked, armed people chasing them. Can't say that I wouldn't run. And so when we are clear about the excessive use of force that we are seeing in videos, and for the first time, I can't say ever in history, because the original patrolman that went out to find escaped slaves used similar tactics. They weren't official law enforcement. They were paid people to go out and hunt other human beings. And so here we are, hundreds of years later, experiencing the same thing. People run out of fear, as I believe anybody would, when we see masked, armed people who aren't wearing physical signs of any law enforcement entity that we are familiar with, chasing them. With weapons. I said armed. In many instances, rifles. And so, again, when the LA Times has to tell you how to find disappeared family members, we are clear about the conditions in which our immigrant family, friends, and neighbors, and frankly, we are all being asked to live and survive. I'll be supporting today's motion.
Thank you. And I too will be supporting the motion today. And I just have to say that a couple weeks ago, Dawn, when I asked you about the concerns I had about the fact that they were not identifying themselves, and I felt use of force was an issue, I still don't have a clear understanding in terms of what the mandates are on the federal side for how they go about doing this. I mean, we talk about the warrants, but what about identification? And then I would just point out that since that discussion, people have been arrested for impersonating agents and robbing and stealing and who knows what else, because many of these people who are victims will not come forward out of fear. Who are they going to go to? They don't trust law enforcement. And so, you know, I think it's an all hands on deck. I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Solis mentioned Republicans that have signed the letter. Suzette Baladeras from my district is one of those people that signed on. Clearly, what is going on in my district in Pasadena, as an example, is unacceptable. You know, you see individuals chasing people down the street. And in one case, the individual went into a convalescent hospital and they chased him into the convalescent hospital. So there is no end to what will take place. And I think it's important for us to set for the record because, you know, to Supervisor Mitchell's point, I was at an appointment and the receptionist's best friend's cousin went to work and never came home. And they don't know where he is. And when I told her to look on the website that ICE has, I was told it's not updated. So for days, this family is going to wonder where their loved one is. And that is unacceptable. If we had a relative that we couldn't find that was due home and didn't show up, it would be, you know, a missing persons report. Who do you report to now? So I think it's important for us to go on record, but I think it's also important for us to recognize that we have an opportunity. I'd like to see, Dawn, what the lawsuit against the mayor and the city is, because I would argue that the lawsuit that could be filed against the agents that are chasing down, not identifying, using use of force would, to me, neutralize any lawsuit brought by the federal government, or at the very least undermine any lawsuit brought by the federal government. So I just think it's something that we need to be cognizant of. And by the way, you know, I look to our law enforcement, it's undermining local law enforcement as well, because they are being confused with the agents. DCFS employees are being confused as ICE agents. The ripple effect is felt throughout our entire system, where, by the way, on a day-to-day basis, we are the safety net, so we have a job to do. So I will be supporting this. I appreciate the way the motion's written, you know, I have concern about, that's one of the questions I want to ask you. So there's state law regarding masks for these agents. Does state law, can that circumvent federal? So in other words, if the legislation passes in Sacramento stating that federal officials have to wear or have to show their faces, will that actually carry weight, or will federal law, I hate using that word, circumvent the state?
I actually don't know the answer to that question, Supervisor, but we will be looking into that when we're exploring all of our legal remedies that are available to the county.
Well, because I can tell you that I was told that it will not, that the state can pass laws all they want telling the feds what to do, but it's not, they don't have to do it. So I just wanted to point that out. All right, with that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to testify?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Byron Jose, Claudia Jerez, Loretta Lorraine, and Maya Daniels. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 43A, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Mary Ellen Cody, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ellen Cody, and I'm the proud daughter of immigrant parents. I'm calling in support of item 43A. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion. CHIRLA, along with partner organizations through the LA Rapid Response Network, has been at the forefront of informing our targeted communities about their constitutional rights and documenting when these rights are violated.
We're witnessing immigration enforcement agents in civilian clothing wearing fully masks and refusing to identify themselves. These officials racially profile and harass members of our community, and as a result, we've seen a growing number of reports of U.S. citizens being detained unlawfully. For example, in South Whittier, immigration enforcement officers targeted a car wash employee, doubting his claim of being a U.S. citizen. They arrested him, took him away, only to confirm while driving that he was indeed a U.S. citizen. They turned around and returned him to the car wash, dropped him off. This incident highlights the lack of accountability for unlawful arrests being carried out by this administration. As such, I urge the board to vote yes on item 43A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Laura Moreno, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Laura Moreno. I'm the Immigrant Rights Director for the Labor Center of Pomona. And what we have been seeing at POC started on April 22nd. There was a raid against the Home Depot in Pomona where about 15 to 20 workers were taken. And then through that work is how we found out that there was also another raid in El Monte. And that was one of the first raids that we had from Border Patrol. The folks were disappeared. Folks were thrown on the ground. They were racially profiled. And really what is going on right now is unacceptable. We know that what this is about, it's racially profiling who they think is an immigrant, including targeting U.S. citizens that may look brown. We strongly urge that we are in support for 43A, and thank you to Supervisor Solis for authoring it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hector Plasencia, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Esto es Plasencia, pronouns they we, reflecting for consulting and chair of the LGBTQ Commission. Gracias, Supervisor Solis and Horvath, for ensuring County Council explores legal avenues for kidnappers that are terrorizing LA County. Yes, the videos are hard to watch, and the experiences are so far to live. There are hundreds of videos of ICE kidnappers taking mothers, the elderly, children, and our neighbors. What is clear is that community is asking leadership on all levels to take legal action to coordinate and strengthen legal efforts within LA County, inviting our cities throughout LA County to also join in partnership with the state. Community is looking for leadership to coordinate efforts, just as community is coordinating on the ground to stop these kidnappings. Within the San Gabriel Valley, we know that ICE is being held here throughout the hotels, and throughout the day, they are taking people. This is
Thank you.
and,
Next speaker,
community
please.
is also-
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. In all cases, I want the law enforcement, federal, to do it right. We are a country of laws and order. This board and state stuck their thumb in the eye of the federal government as to the established ICE detainment agreements. You aid and abet illegal immigration. That's a felony, a crime which you should be held accountable for. You spend tax dollars on Biden illegal aliens, again, aiding and abetting. No one is above the law. Who said that? Was that guy in the House there, Jeffries, who says, hey, nobody's above the law. And Obama and Clinton, all of them, nobody's above the law. The gang of four Democrat Party assassins aid and abet illegal immigration. Obama deported 3.5 million. What is your problem? You are criminals, and you should be held accountable. And I apologize for those of the federal government and so forth who did things inappropriately.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Adele Stadler, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Chair Barger, Supervisors Solis, Horvath, Hahn, and Mitchell. This June, we have all witnessed Homeland Security and mask enforcement have traumatized our neighborhoods across LA County by ripping families apart in safe places. Families removed from their homes, the parishioners removed from their churches, patients from our hospitals, laborers from Home Depot, and even an attempt at our children in their school. Totally unacceptable. We are witnessing racial profiling. We are witnessing a hate crime, especially targeting Latino people and our Cambodian and Vietnam families as well. I support Supervisor Solis and Horvath's motion to protect the constitutional rights of all LA County residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Houston, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for writing this motion. I did not prepare anything. I just called last minute. I just want to say I live in Chinatown. It is terrifying. I feel like I'm in the center of the storm, and I'm not sure why LAPD and LA sheriffs are protecting ICE when there is a demonstration at the MDC on Alameda. But it is absolutely terrifying, and I feel like things are not normal, and we have to take extraordinary steps to stop these masked men that are kidnapping people off of the street. And I hope that you guys can find a resolution via the law that's fast, because we're dying out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yesenia Kua, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Yesenia Kush, speaking on behalf of the Council of Mexican Federations and the Immigrants RLA. As someone who was in the refrigerator back in 2015, I witnessed firsthand how horrible and traumatic immigration enforcement can be, and not just for the individuals, but also for the entire families and communities. I'm here to express my strong support on this motion, and I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Solis for putting this motion forward. Everyone in LA County deserves to feel safe and protected regardless of their immigration status. Or parents who fear being separated from their children, workers who are afraid to report abuse, and neighbors who feel invisible deserve to feel safe in this county. And we need strong, clear mechanisms to ensure due process, to prevent wrongful detention, and to hold agencies accountable when rights are being violated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shannon Camacho, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Shannon with Inclusive Action for the City and the Immigrants RLA Coalition, and I'm calling in support of item 43A. We support this motion to explore how the county can protect the civil rights of residents impacted by immigration enforcement. I personally have responded to immigration enforcement operations where heavily armed agents in regular clothing refused to identify themselves and acted aggressively for no reason whatsoever other than to intentionally intimidate the community members that were there peacefully observing and trying to gather information on the people being arrested. Additionally, there are mass bounty hunters and DHS impersonators that are adding to the terror we're seeing on the ground. Our communities are scared and confused as to who is interrogating and arresting them, and this is a violation of their constitutional rights. The county needs stronger protections to ensure that due process and constitutional rights of our immigrant community members are protected, and to highlight the fact that the real violators of the law here are DHS agents and the people aiding their terror. Everyone in the county, regardless of their status, deserves protection under the law. That includes addressing the racial profiling we are seeing from DHS.
Vanessa Melendrez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Melendrez from the Filipino Workers Center, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA Coalition in support of item 43A. So we support this important motion to explore how LA County can protect the civil rights of residents impacted by immigration enforcement. Everyone in our county, regardless of status, deserves dignity, fairness, and protection under the law. That includes ensuring due process, preventing wrongful detentions, and taking proactive steps to hold agencies accountable when rights are violated. We thank Supervisor Horvath and Solis for moving this motion forward. This is about more than any one policy. It's about making sure our county lives up to its values and protects its people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Okay, I know they say we have freedom of speech. No, we don't have freedom of speech when it's come to racists and stuff like that. Trump supporter is doing the same thing that those people in masks, the people from ISIS is doing. Attacking the blacks, attacking everybody they can attack. I've never heard so much racist stuff in my life. We need to make a law against those people that come and can come out and be and point people out because of their colors, or where they can park, or where they can live, or where they can shop. shop. That is wrong. Or where they can eat or where they can sell. There ain't nobody, ain't no color in the world nobody can come and tell somebody like that. Freedom of speech, my ass. It should be a law to make a law against people like that, to let people live and to be their self, because that is not right. Who are we to put up with stuff like that? Because I shouldn't be tolerant.
Thank you.
Because we
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maya Daniels. My pronouns are they, them. With the Translatina Coalition, I'm speaking on behalf of Immigrants RLA. We as a coalition are in support of this important motion to further protect the civil rights of residents currently being impacted by immigration enforcement. Everyone in this county is deserving of dignity, fairness, and protection under the law. That includes ensuring due process and preventing wrongful detention and taking proactive steps to hold agencies accountable when rights are being violated. Now is the time to lead by action and be a guiding force against unopposed hatred. This is about more than any one policy or any one motion, but a step in the right direction of the county living up to its values and to further protect its constituents from physical and mental violence and torture put forth by no other reason than the greed of the 1% and the profit of human trafficking that it brings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition. As co-chairs of Reimagine LA and Immigrants Are Los Angeles, we're really glad to see the whole board moving forward this motion, and now we get to have unanimous votes on this. Thank you to the chair for advancing, making sure that we're using county council and other mechanisms to ensure that we are protecting ourselves. So beyond signing up for state laws, right, just like performative things where we say like, yeah, we sign on to this, I think it's important to truly look into, in the same way that when there were buses coming, right, we had a care first framework, we had a care first models to be able to respond and not put people in jails. I think it's important for us to continue to advance, whether it's working with the sheriff's department so they continue to identify themselves. When community members are responding to the raids, so how can that office make sure we're liaisoning, that isn't just more training and more money to our sheriff and our carceral system, but actually advancing motions that actually have concrete impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Okay. Civic education, I think, is at the core of reducing the stigma, the marginalization, the feeling of being powerless over the actions of ICE. I believe we have seen this before. I remember my dad having to deal with this back in the 80s. He used to work at Central and 16th over there, one of the buildings there, and ICE came. Back then it was immigration enforcement. And, it was very scary, He was very scared. He had a residency card, so he was okay. But, it's a huge turn of events for people. But I do believe the rule of law will prevail. Civic engagement is possible in the United States. You can have a path to citizenship, residency, the opportunities are there, but they must be equitable, fair, and just. Civic engagement is necessary. Our voices matter.
Thank you.
And our voices matter.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, Executive Office, this item is moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve the item. Would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Madam Chair, it is my understanding there are no specials, so we can move on to general public comment.
I thought we did general public comment.
That was on the consent item.
How many public comments do we do? We did general public, I thought we did public comment when we did. All right. Yeah.
That was for the items not held, the consent items. So this is the last one, the general public comment.
All right, let the record state that my script, I showed it to another staff member to make sure I didn't miss it, and it's not on my script because I thought it was under, which it was on my script, but that's okay. We will do public comment.
My apologies. We'll get that corrected. So we'll now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on the meeting agenda. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now. Members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Lucy M., Loretta Lorraine, Claudia Jerez, Janet Asante, and Ashley Andrews. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. And in the general public comment at the beginning, and Supervisor Barger thought I was a little confused too because what was stated in the beginning that you were going to do, which would be a doggone good thing. And if you would go back the way it used to be, you used to have all the comments at the beginning of the session, and then everybody could just go home instead of stringing us out on an all-day proposition. Awesome respect for the Constitution. Who pays the freight? Next thing is to establish a Dr. Thomas Sowell Recognition Day for Supervisor Mitchell so she can celebrate a truly black genius. And the IHSS, I feel, is really a progressive oxymoron. The Democrats have bankrupted the state while spending our tax dollars on Biden illegal immigrants, fighting the losing battle against President Trump. Pass the one big bill, which it's over at the House right now, and 2028 will end our California.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
God bless America.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead.
I have discussed item 11, 18, 43A, item 28, item 40, and I have to tell you, I have to finish my statement. Civic engagement is necessary. Our voices matter, and our voices make a difference. Civic engagement and a responsible, well-balanced vision for all the communities we are part of matters. I believe we can begin there. We have a good template. It's a well-organized and manageable template. That's civic engagement, and that is civic, areas where we are part of, like this particular area here. That's a civic center, and that means civic engagement is very important. We can be here and we can speak to the board and we can address our grievances, and it starts there. I believe it's possible. It's possible for immigrants to get here and talk.
Next speaker, please.
Ashley Andrews, resident of Supervisor Mitchell's office. My husband and I have 7 children, including 3 sets of twins and 1 single, and 4 out of our 7 are on different levels of the autism spectrum. Since August 16th, 2024, we have been fighting a DCFS case where they took custody of 5 of our 7 children and ripped our family apart from a false call from our IHSS case manager. Everyone who's looked at our case, including 3 former DCFS workers, have said, how did they get a warrant without corroborating evidence or no harm? And in so many words, advised us to hire a civil suit lawyer. We have submitted evidence in court proving that the social workers have lied in reports and nothing has happened. 3 of our children have suffered abuse at the hands of their care provider and nothing has happened. I don't know what else to do, and this is kind of my last resort, so I'm just asking if you know anybody that can help us, or if you can help us, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please begin.
Yes, Madam Chairman and fellow supervisors, elected officials, administrators, and staff. I'm a native son here of Los Angeles. We must proceed with the proactive measures identified in 11, 18, and 43B, or 43A to protect our citizenry and value the human decency of our community. The actions by the current administration are representative of 1930 Nazi Germany. 12 Olympic nations have been placed on travel ban in the United States, and additional 36 are targeted with bans, and 25 of which are African countries. not including actively warring nations in the globe. That's 1/4 at least of the 193, 200 nations that normally attend. I've submitted 2 letters. The first, a formal request to change the host city of the International Olympic Committee. The second, a formal request to reconsider the United States as a host country.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Janet.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. You can submit your comments for the record, sir. Thank you. You can submit those comments for the record. If you would hand them to her, we'll get them. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, we need to move on to the next speaker. Can you please submit your written statement for the record? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Asante. I'm with the Justice LA Coalition, and I also agree with Captain Barter that the public comment process has been very confusing. There are folks who really have been trying to wait on the telephone, and I'm hearing now that they're still not able to join after waiting the entire day, and it makes the process really convoluted for families. I also want to call out your removal of the chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission. As you mentioned, with ICE rates escalating across LA County, public trust in law enforcement is at an all-time low. District 5 specifically is plagued with multiple deputy gangs, Palmdale, Lancaster, and Santa Clarita, and the high-profile use of force conviction of Deputy Trevor Kirk. We know that at the last COC meeting, they called out that the OIG was not allowed into the death of somebody. They weren't allowed to investigate. Internal Affairs was not allowed by LASD to enter the scene. So with the removal of the chair of the COC, ICE raids plaguing the community, deputies here from LASD, how do you allow for folks to come here if they can't go to the COC where they're not being represented well? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. I'm currently facing ongoing criminal harassment, violence, and even act of terrorism against me, happening right now at the shelter where I'm staying in Casaluna. The shelter management, Union Station HS, is not protecting me. In fact, they seem to be enabling these attacks, and they are using taxpayer money. Despite being moved from one shelter to another, the root problem hasn't changed. My persecutors follow me everywhere, continuing to violate my rights and safety. The recent 30-day notice, termination notice is retaliatory. Is a retaliatory move to silence me because I try to get legal help. But this is not the only retaliatory move that they have used. As last Saturday, I've been attacked and they're trying to harm. I had a bad incident and a car ran me over. This cycle of abuse and displacement must stop.
Thank you.
I'm asking you to...
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes our time for general public comment.
All right. Thank you for the public comment. Now we will have adjournments beginning with District 5, I believe. Correct, Executive Officer?
That's correct.
All right. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Donald Robert Brown, lovingly known to many as Don, who passed away surrounded by family and his beloved dog Daisy on June 8, 2025, at the age of 88. Don was born September 4th, 1936 in Manhattan, New York, and moved to Burbank, California with his family in 1945. Don graduated Burbank High in 1955, Riverside College in 1962, and in 1970, he attended USC to receive his credentials in administration in justice. Don worked for the Public Service Department with the city of Burbank in 1956 and then was hired by Burbank Police Department in 1960. He worked his way up the ranks and finished his career as a lieutenant. Don retired from the Burbank Police Department in 2001, totaling 45 years of public service. Don's favorite assignment was working in the Traffic Bureau and being a part of the Motor Squad. After his retirement, Don quickly began his next career working for the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport as a commissioner in 2001 and retired in 2024. One of Don's proudest accomplishments was being involved with the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank. Don is survived by his children, Julie, Mike, Terrelyn, son-in-law James Walker, and Cameron, 5 grandchildren, 1 grandson, son-in-law, and 3 great-grandchildren. Also, that we adjourn in memory of John Davis, a longtime resident of Laverne, who passed away at the age of 75. Originally from Massachusetts, John moved to California to attend UC Berkeley, where he earned a bachelor's degree in history and economics, followed by a master's degree in business. Since 1986, John had been a valued and trusted business partner to the city of Laverne. Through his company, Haven Management, he helped facilitate the city's purchase of Laverne Mobile Country Club as part of the sports park construction bond. His steady leadership in managing the city's mobile home parks and his thoughtful guidance of broader civic matters left a lasting mark on the community. John was more than a partner. He was a dear friend to many and a kind, calming presence whose contributions reached far beyond boardrooms and contracts. He is lovingly remembered by his wife, Joan, daughter, Catherine, son, Michael, and sister, Ellen. And last but not least, for all board members, I move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the LA County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Ernest Lee Salazar, Army; Stephen Arnold Bowers, Navy; John Matthew Durst, Air Force; William Harold Nelson, Marines; John Henry Hall, Navy; Robert Ronald Doyle, Air Force; Kenneth Kohler, Army; Raymond Mark Semrith, Army; Roderick Edwin Johnson, Navy; Daniel Prato, Air Force; M.J. Berkowitz, Army; Refugio Perez Beltran, Jr., Army. May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our country never be forgotten. With that, Supervisor Solis does not have any adjournments. We'll move on to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we adjourn today, colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Dr. Cheryl J. Powell. Dr. Powell, a trailblazing physician, mentor, and advocate whose impact will resonate for generations, passed away on the 6th of June at the age of 69. Raised on Long Island, New York, Dr. Powell graduated from high school in just 3 years and attended Hofstra University and the University of Georgia. She earned her medical degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin, followed by medical training at Maryland General Hospital and Howard University Hospital. In 1995, driven by a deep commitment to healthcare equity, Dr. Powell opened the only full-time ophthalmology clinic in South Los Angeles. There, she cared for thousands of underserved patients, regardless of their ability to pay, and became known not only for her surgical expertise, but also for the compassion, warmth, and respect she extended to everyone who walked through her doors. A pioneer in the field, Dr. Powell broke barriers as the first Black female eye surgeon at California Hospital, Temple Community Hospital, and Good Samaritan Hospital. She later served as chief of surgery at LA Metropolitan Medical Center and held faculty appointments at both UCLA Jules Stein Eye Institute and the Martin Luther King Jr. Department of Ophthalmology. Dr. Powell was a dedicated leader in professional and advocacy organizations, including the American Academy of Ophthalmology, the National Medical Association, Charles R. Drew Medical Society, and the Golden State Medical Association. Her accolades include the Roman Barnes Leadership Award, UCLA Teaching and Senior Honors Award, the inaugural Patricia E. Bath Lectureship Award, and the NMA Outstanding Service Award. Dr. Powell contributed significantly to the Minority Ophthalmology Mentoring and RAB Venable research programs and frequently spoke on critical issues such as health disparities, surgical equity, and representation in medicine. Beyond her extraordinary professional accomplishments, Dr. Powell was beloved for her vibrant spirit, love of music, and zest for life. Whether restoring sight on mission trips to Africa and the Caribbean, or dancing to Michael Jackson at her birthday celebrations, she brought joy, brilliance, and generosity to every space she entered. She had a special fondness for beach days, autumn leaves, world travel, creative Halloween costumes, game shows, especially Jeopardy! Dr. Powell will be lovingly remembered as a devoted daughter, sister, aunt, colleague, and friend. She is survived by her siblings, John and Barbara Powell, her niece, Barbara Powell Padilla, and a wide circle of extended family, friends, patients, and sorority sisters, all of whom will deeply miss her and forever cherish her memory. I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Kyler Patton. Kyler was a beloved young man, a devoted son, brother, and friend who tragically passed away on the 18th of June at the age of 17. Kyler had just graduated from Culver City High School, where he distinguished himself as a 4-year varsity football player and served as the starting running back. He was also a member of the school's basketball team, showcasing his athleticism and dedication across multiple sports. His discipline and leadership were evident both on and off the field. Kyler was planning to attend Cal State University Dominguez Hills this fall to study criminal justice with the goal of becoming a criminal defense attorney, a path that reflected both his ambition and commitment to serving others. He had a bright and promising future ahead of him. In the days following his passing, a vigil was held in Kyler's honor on the Culver City High School football field. Over 250 people gathered to pay their respect and celebrate his life, a powerful testament to the lasting impact he had on the community. Culver City High School's principal shared, and I quote, "Kyler was a loved and valued part of our school. He brought real joy and positivity wherever he went, and his presence made a difference. His loss is one that will be deeply felt by students, staff, and everyone here." Kyler is survived by his loving and supportive parents, Chrisley and Taisha, his 2 younger siblings, as well as a large circle of extended family and friends who will miss him deeply and continue to honor his memory. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Lovey M. Mayhorn. Born January 30th, 1937 in Arkansas, Mrs. Mayhorn entered eternal rest on May 29th at the age of 88. A longtime resident of the city of Compton, she served with distinction in the Compton Unified School District and at Coast Christian Schools, where her commitment to excellence earned her numerous Teacher of the Year awards. Beyond the classroom, Mrs. Mayhorn served faithfully for many years as a Sunday school teacher at Greater Temple of God Christian Fellowship Church, where she impacted countless lives with her wisdom, faith, and love. At the center of her life was her family. She was married for 67 years to her husband, David, a partnership rooted in deep love and enduring devotion. Together, they raised 5 children whom she cared for with unwavering compassion and grace. Mrs. Mayhorn leaves behind a legacy of kindness, service, and love. Her radiant smile, generous spirit, and deep faith will be fondly remembered by her family, friends, neighbors, and church community, all of whom will forever hold her memory in their hearts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Michael Moline, longtime Rotarian, cherished community member, and beloved friend who passed away earlier this month. He was a resident of Beverly Hills and an integral part of the Rotary Club of Beverly Hills and the broader civic life of our community. Michael had a rare combination of deep wisdom and disarming candor. He was the kind of person whose insights stayed with you long after a conversation ended. You never had to wonder what he was thinking. Michael always shared his perspective with clarity, humor, and heart. His honesty was rarely harsh. It was a gift generously offered in service of connection, growth, and community. He was a presence, warm, strong, and unmistakable. His passing leaves a deep void in our lives and in the circles he enriched. In the Rotary Club and beyond, Michael's legacy will continue to resonate. In honor of the man who so deeply appreciated a good moment and a good slow clap, let us take a moment to remember him and to celebrate the life he lived so fully and shared so generously. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Mark Salzberg, a deeply respected and beloved leader in our Westside community who passed away on June 27th, 2025. Mark dedicated his life to organizing for justice, empowering voters, and protecting our environment. He was a fixture in Democratic clubs across Los Angeles, a former vice president of the Venice Neighborhood Council, and a guiding force behind the West LA Democratic Club. Whether it was organizing phone banks, registering voters, or leading canvassing trips across the country, Mark was always first to show up and the last to leave. He didn't just talk about change, he worked to make it happen. Mark was kind, humble, and profoundly generous. He taught by doing, mentored by example, and never sought the spotlight, even as he lit the path for so many. May his memory be a blessing, and may we carry forward his legacy of action, hope, and unwavering belief in the power of people.
Supervisor Horvath, may I join you on that?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Cheryl Truax, who was a longtime resident of the Palos Verdes Peninsula. She passed away at the age of 76. After graduating from UCLA, Cheryl became a substitute teacher, served on the PTA, was a classroom volunteer, and a room parent. Through all this work, Cheryl decided to become a full-time elementary school teacher. She was beloved by her students and colleagues. I knew Cheryl through the First Presbyterian Church of San Pedro, where we both attend, and she served as a deacon and as an elder. It is impossible to count the number of lives Cheryl touched as a teacher, a friend, a mother, a wife, and a woman of quiet but steady faith. Cheryl is survived by her loving husband of 54 years, Doug, daughters Christine and Lisa, 3 grandsons, and her brother and sister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll take all these motions approved without objection. That will be the order. The next meeting of the board will be next Tuesday, what is that date, Eddie? July 8th at 9:30 a.m. This meeting is adjourned.